We have amongst us as chair for this session Dr. K. Krishna, who is a distinguished political scientist having over 3 decades of teaching and research experience at Delhi University and now at universities in different states including Bihar. Sir is currently the head of the department of Mahila Mahavidyalaya in Bihar and has published over 50 journal and magazine articles in a span of last 2 to 3 decades. Respected sir, I request you to please take your place as the chair and take over the proceedings.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to start with a Sanskrit slok that is dedicated to the education and education system of India. So, I have to say, Vidya dadati vinyam, vinyam dadati patratvam, patratvam tadadhana dhana manam tata sukham. यानी विद्या नम्रता देती है, नम्रता से योग्यता हासिल की जाती है और योग्यता से फिर धन का अर्जन होता है और तब फिर हम समृद्धि की तरफ आगे बढ़ते हैं। ये प्रॉपर सिस्टम है, इंडिया फॉलो करना चाहिए। नाउ वी आर हियर टू डिस्कस इंडियन पर्सपेक्टिव्स in the global system in 21st century. Now I am here to invite different scholars from different institutions. One by one I would like to mention their name and hopefully they will present their paper within 5 minutes or additionally 2-3 minutes more. So first of all, I would like to invite Mona Lisa Deka. Please, ma'am, come.
A very good morning to the esteemed guests, teachers and all my dear friends. I am Mona Lisa Deka, currently pursuing PhD from the Center for Russian and Central Asian Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. The topic of my paper, which I am going to present, is India and Central Asia, an alliance of historical and strategic interest. I'll start with an introduction. The discussion on the relationship between the Indo-Central Asian countries is not a new one. Deep historical linkages have always bonded the two, with Central Asia being recognized as India's extended neighborhood. The cultural interaction between the two plays a pertinent role in building a strong relationship. Several facets of the cultures, civilizations and histories of the two regions shows that they developed through cultural exchanges. In modern times, the importance of Central Asia to India is not only civilizational and historical, but also geopolitical and economic. There is tremendous scope for a pragmatic and profitable engagement between the two. Now coming to historical and cultural linkages of both India and Central Asia. The connection between India and the Central Asian republics dates back to centuries. The most significant reasons for its deep-rooted connection with the region is due to the trade. Trade was the motivating factor in connecting these regions with each other, and consequently with trade came cultural interactions. Central Asia, located at the juncture of the two great civilizations, India and China, was a favorable factor that promoted cultural interactions. A significant development in the relationship between India and the Central Asian republics was the spread of Buddhism from India to Central Asia and to China. A Buddhist scholar from Kashmir, Vairocana, was the first missionary to introduce Buddhism in Central Asia. With time, Central Asia served as a transit route to Buddhism to China. The Mahayana strand of Buddhism became immensely popularized in Central Asia. Another cultural milestone was the spread of Sufism in the Central Asian region. From Bukhara, Samarkand and other Central Asian cities, many Sufi saints and the students migrated to India. Sayyid Ali Hamadani, who travelled to Kashmir from Pulyab in Tajikistan in late 14th century, with his 500 pupils, made a significant contribution in this direction. In Central Asia, Buddhist and Islamic ideas together produced a new, partly syncretized school of thought which percolated back to India. Now coming to the geopolitical significance of Central Asian region. A historical crossroads for commerce and conquerors, Central Asia is in the middle of the Eurasian landmass. It is both a facilitator and an impediment to outside players that want to achieve the strategic goals. Although it has been conceptualized in a variety of ways, one that might best capture the region in geostrategic terms in terms of Greater Central Asia, which comprises the 5 Central Asian republics. It is here to remember the theory postulated by Sir Hartford Mackinder, which is widely known as Heartland theory, which dwelt upon the geopolitical importance of the Eurasian heartland. Now coming to the great game in Central Asia, where several players such as the USA, the European Union, the China are playing an important role in controlling the region for its vast natural resources. Post-Soviet disintegration period, which saw the emergence of 15 countries, was marked by significant geopolitical connotations. Several countries such as Russia, the European Union, USA and China saw the disintegration as an opportunity to create connections with these countries. Many steps were taken in this regard. For instance, the US Congress passed the Freedom Support Act in 1992 to provide aid to the newly independent nations. Along with the US, European Union is leaving no stone unturned in reaching out to the Central Asian states. As part of its greater engagement with Central Asia, the European Union in June 2007 unveiled a new Central Asia strategy for the period of 2007 and 13. The role of Russia and China in Central Asia. During the presidential years of Boris Yeltsin, there was a decline of Russian power in Central Asia because of internal dynamics and the general withdrawal from the former Soviet republics. Yeltsin's reign coincided with a decline in Moscow's economic, military and political strength. There was a time in 1999 when oil reached its lowest price of $10 per barrel, adversely affecting Russian revenues. After President Putin appeared on the scene, he embarked on the process of internal balancing and regaining a hold on Central Asia and the former Soviet republics. Russia is playing the role of a big brother in securing its strategic backyard from the influences of USA and the EU. China has always been interested in increasing its interest and foothold in every country, which is geopolitically important, and Central Asia is in no exception. China and Central Asian republics has a long history which dates to the Silk Route. It has a long-term perspective and is willing to cooperate with Russia in order to make gains in Central Asia. Now coming to the important part, India's geopolitical interest in Central Asia. The relations between India and Central Asia were close until large parts of Central Asia were captured into the Russian Empire in the mid-19th century. During the post-1971 era of close India-Soviet relations, cultural exchanges flourished between India and Central Asian republics. The Central Asian region assumes heightened strategic significance for India following the breakup of Soviet Union and unexpected creation of 5 CARs. Indian officials were used to the special relationship New Delhi enjoyed with Moscow. The Central Asian government's geostrategic location has given this area a lot of importance. At the nexus of South Asia, the Middle East, Russia and the Far East are Central Asian republics. Any geopolitical changes in the area inevitably have an impact on multiple neighboring states. The geopolitics of all of Asia and more specifically the nations in its immediate neighborhood have taken on a new strategic dimension with the advent of predominantly Muslim but multi-ethnic and multi-religious Central Asian republics. India's economic interests and prospects in Central Asia. Central Asians have historically coexisted economically with their neighbors in India, China, Iran and Europe. Since commercial and economic interactions between India and Central Asian republics continue to be the most frustrating component of an otherwise potentially advantageous relationship, these ancient links needs to be strengthened once more. Indian ties with the Central Asian countries are based on a grand vision for a cooperative and synergistic economic and security relationship. India plays a positive role in Central Asian environment where regional states are hard to maintain balances between other major players. The contemporary developments in the Central Asian Republic's strategic relations. On January 27, 2022, India conducted its maiden summit conversation online with the leaders of the 5 Central Asian republics. Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi hosted the first India Central Asian Summit in virtual format on 27 January 2022, which was attended by all the 5 presidents of the Central Asian republics. The first India-Central Asia coincided with the 30th anniversary of establishment of diplomatic relations between India and Central Asian countries. During the summit, Prime Minister Modi and Central Asian leaders discussed the next steps in taking India-Central Asia relations to new heights. In a historic decision, the leaders agreed to institutionalize the summit mechanism by deciding to hold it every 2 years. They also agreed on regular meetings of foreign ministers, trade ministers, culture ministers, and secretaries of the Security Council to prepare the groundwork for the summit meetings. The leaders discussed far-reaching proposals to further cooperation in areas of trade and connectivity, development cooperation, defense and security, and in particular on culture and people-to-people connect. Coming to the conclusion part, the two regions, India and Central Asia, has tremendous potential if mutually cooperate with each other in the dimensions of the society. Central Asia offers India's industry a near-abroad market, overland links to the Middle East and Russia's substantial resources, and sizable energy supplies at comparatively close range. From a security standpoint, this region may serve as a buffer to restrict the effects of fundamentalism, prevent encirclement by any local or foreign entity, and finally protect India from other forms of traditional and non-traditional security. Since the launch of India's Look West policy, it has been investing continuously in these geostrategic locations and will continue to do so in the future. Both the countries need to realize that the greater engagement between the two strategically important regions will only improve mutual security and regional prosperity. Thank you.
Now the house is open for questions if you have. Please. So I don't believe in any pending issues. That's why I'm inviting you. So many questions if you have, please. 2-3 questions are invited as per the given time. No question? Thank you, ma'am, because you have arranged so many classical facts for your paper, so we will thank you. Hopefully you will do maximum in the coming future. Thank you.
Okay, good morning everyone. Respected Chair, faculties of Department of Political Science, Maitreyi College, convening the program, the other audience. Good morning to all of you. Mine is a humble attempt to understand how India's nuclear part has changed over a period of time, particularly after 9/11, to match the changing world order, and how India has been pragmatically moving ahead in a progressive path in terms of nuclear technology. So if you look, we realize that during the Cold War period, the major concern among the countries in the world was that the increasing number of warheads present between the United States and Soviet Union. Along with that, there was a large number of nuclear tests conducted by along with that, there were a large number of nuclear tests conducted by these states in different parts of the world. So my point is, majorly, nuclear technology was seen as an element for security for making nuclear weapons by most of the states in the country. Whereas, that was not the case with India. It was somewhere in late 1940s. Homi Jahangir Baba wrote a letter to Jawaharlal Nehru asking him to give permission to start up a nuclear research program for peaceful purposes in India. And the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research was established at first. And later on, the research was vibrantly diversified to medical field and other aspects such as industrial applications, food and agriculture, and power generation. Right now, India has about 22 nuclear power units in operation, creating nearly 6,780 megawatts of electricity, and nearly 10 are under construction and ready to go ahead. Now, just after 1960s war with China, India realized that it will have to use the nuclear technology for its security purposes. And in 1964, the first idea of nuclear weapons protection came up to the administrative minds of the country. Nevertheless, because of multiple scenarios and problems during that period, it again took almost a decade. The first nuclear test was conducted in 1974, called as Maitreyi. That's surprising, and the countries, especially the Western ones, had objections towards it because India did not sign the nuclear non-proliferation treaty or comprehensive test ban treaty, pointing out that it is discriminating in nature. And therefore, the problem was that the enriched uranium, what we used for the Smiley in the program, was actually from the Canadian Cyrus research reactor, which was supposed to be for a civilian purpose. So it came to the point that India used a civilian nuclear reactor to conduct a test for its nuclear weapon. Nevertheless, the international community could not take any actions against India because India was not bound by any treaties we had signed. However, there were sanctions, objections in diplomatic sphere against the conduction, which somehow we managed by saying it was a peaceful nuclear explosion. Openly, we did not declare the fact that our intention is to have a nuclear weapon. And again, the entire program was stalled. Nevertheless, we had the capacity to have a nuclear weapon. But in late 1980s, when the Roe reported that Pakistan is the verge of making a nuclear weapon in their territory, India had no other options again to restart its nuclear weapon program. So during Sri Bihari Vajpayee's time in 1998, we conducted the Shakti 2, and we openly declared that India has become a nuclear weapon state. And there's a picture of Shakti 2 being carried away forward the explosion, just before the explosion. This has created a huge uproar in the international community, putting sanctions on India. Economic and diplomatic sanctions on one side, but more than that, the major sanctions were on accessibility to the nuclear technology and nuclear fuel from the international community. India doesn't have a very highly good qualified uranium which can be used for enrichment purposes or in nuclear reactors. So this in one way stalled the okay, time is running now, so I think I'll have to go a little quicker. So India came up with a nuclear doctrine in 1999. Nevertheless, again there were sanctions. But later, what made India in the beginning of 2000s to change this mindset after the 9/11 was that India signed a nuclear agreement with United States. This partially gave India a status of normalization towards the accessibility to the nuclear technology worldwide. So it is promised to work towards full civil energy cooperation. It encouraged the normalization of nuclear energy relations with India by US partners and other forms, allowed India to be part of the International Thermonuclear Energy Reactor. Along with that, India also allowed IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, to inspect civilian nuclear facilities in India. We said that we will not conduct any more nuclear tests, that there is the unilateral moratorium on nuclear testing, cooperating with the US towards multilateral fissile cutoff treaty, and refraining from exporting the enrichment program to any other countries which needs it. This all helped in one way or the other to bypass the nuclear, the non-proliferation treaty and sign a Type 66 safeguard agreement with IAEA. In terms of all these things, what India did and the US allowed during that period because of the changing world order, the West wanted India's support towards terrorism, and they were not in a position to trust Pakistan's acceptance of their commitment towards anti-terrorist actions. So later, the Nuclear Affairs Group passed a once-off waiver for that matter. India can access the nuclear technology. This allowed other countries like Canada, France, and Russia to have multiple agreements with India, and that's how the Kuala and the nuclear reactors came to be. There were multiple international criticisms saying that we have, though India did not sign any of the nuclear, the non-proliferation treaties. I'm sorry, either running, are we running short of time? Just give me a few more minutes, I'm trying to hurry it up. So there was a lot of criticism saying that the non-proliferation arms control community came up with. They said that it's watering down the nuclear export restrictions, and this can create India's domestic nuclear fuel stocks for military use. It can create an arms race in the region, and so on and so on. Nevertheless, my point is India is sometimes criticized for its outspoken stand on nuclear policy and governance. The fact is that India is an important North and Western nuclear power with its unique approaches to nuclear issues. We have not participated in many of the international treaties because of our own reasons. It was the changing world order and circumstances that forced India to follow the nuclear weapon program and a unique nuclear doctrine. The intent of nuclear research in India at its first place was not weapon development. India has succeeded in taking and exploring the positive benefits of nuclear technology. It's massive. It has shown maturity in handling nuclear energy, all the aspects. Strength as well as determination in taking its own terms in nuclear weapons. So basically, after 9/11, India has understood the changes that happened in the world order. And during all these time, India proved to the world that even though India is not part of any of the binding treaties in the nuclear aspects of nuclear non-proliferation, India has been morally following the self-restrained aspects which actually controls the basic ideas of all the binding treaties in the nuclear field. So India has stood by its course resolutely and has shown the courage to walk the talk than any other nuclear state. with this, I would like to conclude since we are running short of time. I know that I was a little hasty in my presentation. I thought I have more time actually. I want to, just give me a second. Can you see me? Can you see me? Yeah. So thank you so much, everyone. I want to congratulate the faculty and their team for wonderfully organizing this program. I'm really glad to see my classmates, my brother Shuk, who has done a wonderful job in fulfilling the duties of the convener of this program. I would say that he's a great speaker, interpreter, and he's one among those people whom I used to share my research works, papers, write-ups or anything, and even though his areas of book and mind is totally different, he would understand everything very quick and give a lot of suggestions. Thank you so much, brother, and looking forward to have much more challenging responsibilities you taking up in the future. All the best the rest of the program.
So, very thanks to Dr. Asim. Dr. Asim was connected with us from London, and a very nice topic. Those are in the core of discussion in 21st century nuclearization. I have to say a few fundamental things. In 1950s, Jawaharlal Nehru, as the first Prime Minister of India, constituted the Department of Atomic Energy under the Ministry of Science and Technology. And thereafter, gradually and steadily, India in 1998 under Atal Bihari Vajpayee administration constituted BUM, and before in 1970s, especially 1974-75, Srimati Gandhi, that means he tested a single nuclear energy. So we have a long journey since 1950 to in 2022, that means it will date. Now I am inviting another paper presenter, Dr. Sivendra Singh. If Dr. Sivendra Singh is here, please come. I think he is not here. So I am inviting next K.N. Sridevi. Sridevi, please come. Ma'am, you have 5 minutes, and for your concluding remarks, you can use 3 minutes more, as per your need of the paper.
The title of my topic for this presentation is India's New Education Policy, Transformation of Indian Institutes from Local to Global via China Border. So, India has always a center for attention in the field of education from the world from ancient till modern date. India, being the oldest civilization with the youngest population, has a rich hold in education, which occupied an important role in Indian cultural since ancient times. Education was never only about syllabuses. It carried the acquisition of moral values, skills, knowledge and behavior that was needed in the social living. The last 50 years have witnessed big need transformation of applications, supported by advantages in science and technologies. Even today, due to these advancement in the difficulties to accelerate how usage shapes up in the near future. This requires an upgradation educational structure. To cope up with these challenges, India responded slowly to the upgradation gap in the education policy and come up with the new one after a gap of 34 years. India has come up with its first policy, education renewal policy in the 21st century. Educational policy under the name of New Education Policy 2020. With this, the NEP 2020 is meant to strengthen the education system in the one way and otherwise to fulfill the interest of the nation's development. While talking about the NEP 2020, India provides a comprehensive framework from primary education to higher education, evaluating and mentioning technical education and a new paradigm of internet-based e-learning. The foundation of the pillars of policy is five. There are five foundation pillars of new education policy. That is access, equity, affordability, and accountability and quality. The current government is trying to focus more on multidisciplinary and making the education available for everyone at the cost of the least expenses. Now talking about the background of our Indian education, I would like to mention that India is the oldest and the ancient country which has a rich heritage in education. Since from the time of Vedas, we always had the opportunity to learn or look after education in the forms of gurukuls. Our Rishi Munis has always formed this kind of new, what we can call as boarding schools. At that point of time, it was gurukuls. Our children has witnessed the gurukul system from the past centuries. And talking about education and its excellency, we can recognize Aryabhatta, who has an immense role in the academic field, and many other philosophers, scholars who had excelled in education. Now talking about the emergencies of the policies in the late 20th and the early 21st century. We can consider the fact that India being a modern country right now and has changed a lot of its education policies. We can also call our neighboring country China as one of the competitors. But there are a lot of things that we can learn from China. China and India has faced similar conditions and challenges in education during their rapid industrial and social transformation. The two countries started building their national education system under comparative conditions in the late 1940s. However, both of the countries has different histories of education. They both started their education policies and systems in the 1950s. When talking about the history of Chinese education and Indian education, I would like to enlighten something. That is, from the 1950s, soon after the independence of India, India has started focusing on education as a mainstream field. And India has devoted a lot of policies on education, as well as China. When talking about policies regarding India's circumstances, there are the first policy of India started in 1968, when our government started stretching of modernizing India, and they needed skilled labor. And India was deprived of skilled labor at that point of time. So we started focusing more on education. And after that, it was in 1986 when India took this opportunity to take education policy seriously, and under the leadership of Rajiv Gandhi. Under the leadership of Rajiv Gandhi, it was meant that classrooms should be neat and clean, usage of blackboard, all these policies come. Even Rajiv Gandhi has focused minute system that a classroom from primary education to higher education. He has noticed everything from chalk to pencil, pen to eraser, everything. Considering the fact of China as a opponent leader, China has overpassed the action of upgrades when compared to India. China has always excelled in the part of primary education at that point of time. When we talk about today's regime, India has excelled in primary education but lacks a little bit in higher education. But talking about the local to global level of excellence, China has excelled in higher education. India has started its higher education like from the past 2-3 decades, but China has excelled in higher education from lately 5 to 6 decades. So, considering the fact that how India and NEP can be a best possible reason to take India into a global stage is a questionable point. But after the entrance of new education policy, we took 34 years to take higher education and primary education seriously. A revisal of new education policy happened in the 21st century. That is, new education policy 2020 aims in strengthening of the ability of each little children to higher education level. And national education policy is focused more on multidisciplinary. While talking about taking examples from China model, we can take the example of how lately and recently China has took the profit tuitioning policies, that is strengthening the state government or the government in education policy and reducing the double reduction, that is cutting off the cost of children in education. So we can also take points from them and how to reduce and how to take examples or in education field. While concluding, I would like to say that the best way to say that Indian education, that is new education policy, is aimed to have higher hopes in the future, and China being considered as the opponent, we can tackle China by taking examples of how education should be smoothened and analyzed, and by saying that, I would like to say that new education policy 2020 has higher hopes in India, and it is functioning very smoothly because it is targeting the larger audience from primary to secondary and higher education.
Thanks to Dr. K. Sridevi. Now we have 4 questions, please. Very interesting topic. In the core of discussion in India, new education policy, and Dr. Sridevi also compared to the policy of Jawaharlal, that means the Rajiv Gandhi government and the Modi government. So if you have any question, kindly raise your question. इशू है, कोई तो क्वेश्चन बनना चाहिए आपके दिमाग में. ऑडियंसेस प्लीज. जैसे को पता है कि पूरा ग्लोबल डिस्कशन चल रहा है कि भारत का समाज एक समस्याओं वाला समाज है. प्रॉब्लमेटिक इंडिया इज वेरी पॉपुलर वर्ड इन दैट मींस की ग्लोबल अरेना. अब ये बताइए, जो स्टेट एजुकेशन सिस्टम चल रहा है इंडिया में, वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट हायर एजुकेशन, हायर एंड हायर. लेकिन हमारा बेस तो उखड़ते जा रहा है ना. स्टेट में जिस तरह का एजुकेशन पॉलिसी इम्प्लीमेंटेड है और जिस तरह से शिक्षा मित्र का कॉन्सेप्ट आया है, क्वालिटी एजुकेशन वहाँ नहीं दिए जा रहे हैं मासेस को. कितने सारे लोग हैं जो दिल्ली और इस तरह के मेट्रोपॉलिटन में आके प्राइमरी एजुकेशन अफोर्ड करने के कंडीशन में है. तो क्या कोई सजेशन है आपके पास पॉलिसी डिजाइनर्स के लिए, जो कम से कम उन लोगों के लिए जो स्ट्रगलर हैं, जिनको स्ट्रॉन्ग एजुकेशन की नीड है और उनको नहीं मिल पा रही है, तो आपका सजेशन जानना चाहते हैं पॉलिसी डिजाइनर्स से.
Thank you sir for the question. It's been 75 years of independence and we are still talking of children deprived from education. तो इससे ज़्यादा अगर शर्मनाक की कोई बात है तो कुछ हो नहीं सकती सर. और अगर हम एजुकेशन के बारे में बात करें तो फिर जैसे मैंने आपको बताया अपने प्रेजेंटेशन में कि प्राइमरी गोल जो था स्किल डेवलपमेंट का एंड एवरीथिंग, वो स्टार्ट होता है फाउंडेशन से, जो कि आप अपने बच्चों को प्राइमरी एजुकेशन से शुरू करते हैं.
गांधी ने भी बुनियादी शिक्षा बेसिक एजुकेशन की बात की थी और उन्होंने कोशिश भी की थी. चंपारण में कस्तूरबा और गांधी बोथ वर स्ट्रगलर देयर टू एक्सीलरेट द एजुकेशन सिस्टम। उसके बाद भी आज भी मोदी जी स्किल इंडिया की बात कर रहे हैं और दोनों पॉलिसीज के बावजूद भी इस देश में मासेज सरकार है, ये हमें मानना पड़ेगा क्योंकि क्वालिटी एजुकेशन दिए जा रहे हैं। फंडामेंटल राइट्स में 1648 बना दिया गया, 0 to 6 पेरेंट्स पर डाल दिया गया, उसके बावजूद भी क्वालिटी एजुकेशन के लिए इंडिया में स्ट्रगल है।
सर इसके लिए तो मैं यही बोलूँगी कि न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी अभी जस्ट लॉन्च हुआ है और वो 22 to 23 में वो उसे टेक अप करेंगे। तो आई होप कि न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी का जो विजन है जो कि मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी है और सिर्फ मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी नहीं, जगह जगह तक जाके बस्ती बस्ती तक जाकर ये इंश्योर करना भी होना चाहिए कि क्या वहाँ का एक भी बच्चा ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए जो कि लेबर कर रहा है और वो पढ़ाई से डिप्राइव है। तो आई होप एंड आई फील दैट द गवर्नमेंट शुड इंश्योर दिस थिंग दैट ही नो वन अंडर द बेसिकली हमारे यहाँ पे तो 14 ईयर्स के एज तक चिल्ड्रन को फ्री एजुकेशन है, तो किसी भी तरीके से ऐसा ना हो कि एक भी बच्चा एजुकेशन से डिप्राइव हो। दैट्स इट।
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Sri Devi ji, please, one question is coming from audience.
Good morning to everyone. So my question is, in the new education policy, we have this multidisciplinary system. Like if I want to study biology and history parallel, like with additional to both of them. So don't you think like it will be like affecting the values? It will be affecting the spatialization in one. It will be overlapping and heterogeneity like at the same time.
I do feel that it will erase the importance of that particular subject, but at the same time, the policy also says that it is balancing. It is not going to erase, but it will be giving you some kind of maturity and some kind of understanding of both the discipline at the same time. So it is easing on the जो भी उसके अंदर जो भी हमारा लिटरेचर है, जो भी सब्जेक्ट मटेरियल कंटेंट होगा, that is equalizing कि आप दोनों चीजों को एक साथ बैलेंस आउट करके ले जा सकते हैं।
Okay, according to you, what is like more powerful, like the balancing of two things?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Okay, according to you, what is like more effective, the balancing of two things or the specialization in one thing, which will be more effective?
I think specializing in one thing is better for me, but because the world is running out of hand and people are taking multitasking people, even if you are going for a job orientation, the HR will be asking what is the specialty, can you do multitasking? So to chase up and cope up all these questions, I think the government has taken up this multidisciplinary thing.
Thank you so much, Sri Devi ji. Now I am inviting Aswati Gautam ji, please. And again I am repeating, you have 5 minutes and additional 3 minutes to conclude your paper.
So, namaste and good morning everyone. Respected Chair, faculty members of the Political Science Department here at Maitreyi College and my fellow research scholars. I am Aswati Gautam, a PhD research scholar at Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. And at the very outset, I would like to extend my gratitude to Maitreyi College and their collaborating partner, Delhi School of Transnational Affairs, for giving me this opportunity. So now, keeping in line with the theme of the conference and as a scholar of international relations, I firmly believe that the first 2 decades of the 21st century saw the rise of India as a major part, and this claim is supported by 3 main factors. The first one is India's massive economic growth in the post-1991 LPG reforms era. The second is the concomitant boost in the military infrastructure. Third and the most important is India's virtue of being the biggest functional democracy with Sabka Saath and Sabka Vikas as one of its guiding principles. The latest development in this phase, according to me, is a dramatic shift in the world's economic order. Several international organizations like the IMF, World Bank have projected that by 20 of the G20, economic growth will come from Brazil, China, India, Russia, and Mexico alone. So against this background, I present to you the title of my paper, which is India and G20, Strengthening and Shaping Global Governance. So the structure of my paper is divided into 4 sections: a brief introduction, followed by an overview of the G20. Then it explores India's core interests during its presidency of the G20, followed by a conclusion. Now let's begin. So for the first time in the history of G20, India, an emerging power representing 1.3 billion people with a democratic polity, will host the summit from 1st December 2022 and convene the G20 Leaders Summit on 9th and 10th September 2023. As India prepares to assume the presidency of the G20, it intends to strengthen multilateralism, global governance, further to build a peaceful, sustainable and prosperous world for all. The principles of inclusion, flexibility and diversity underlie this multilateral cooperation in the G20. As a founding member of the G20, India has used this forum to address issues of international importance and those that impact the world's most vulnerable population. To cite some examples, the first one, India is the only country among the G20 countries advancing rapidly towards achieving its climate goals mentioned under the Paris Agreement. The second example is the leadership role played by India in defining the success of India-France-led International Solar Alliance is well regarded as a pivotal intervention in mobilizing resources for the development of renewable energy technologies. Now, to just give you an idea of what G20 is, so G20 basically is an intergovernmental organization comprising 19 of the world's major economies, and to name a few, apart from India, it includes the US, EU, China, Australia, Argentina, etc. The G20 membership represents 90% of the world's GDP, 80% of the global trade, and 67% of the planet's population. Each G20 is represented by its Sherpa, and former Niti Aayog CEO Amitabh Kant has been appointed as India's Sherpa for the G20 months ahead. Regarding the historical evolution of G20, so G20 as an idea was conceived in response to a series of massive debt crises that had spread across the emerging markets in the late 1990s, beginning with the Mexico peso crisis of 1994, followed by the 1997 Asian financial crisis. The 17th G20 Heads of the State and Government Summit, which is going to take place just in the coming October 2022 in Bali, Indonesia, has the theme of Recover Together and Recover Strong. But I would like to bring to your consideration that the disastrous impacts of the ongoing crises across the world, like the Russia-Ukrainian war, the Indo-China border tensions, and the deteriorating US-China relationship cannot be sidelined. Apart from this, the G20 forum faces two major structural challenges that has to be improved upon. The first one is there is no enforcement mechanism in the G20 forum, and the second one is the decisions of the forum are based on discussions and consensus which culminate in the formulation of declarations which are not legally binding. Now coming to the main theme, as what are India's G20 priorities? As per our External Affairs Ministry's statement on September 14, 2022, India's G20 priorities revolve around inclusive, equitable and sustainable growth. And this includes women empowerment, digital public infrastructure, tech-enabled development in the fields of health, agriculture, education, skill mapping, etc. to name a few. New Delhi has also presented 4 different proposals focusing on members, that is India, Brazil and South Africa, will be holding the G20 presidency in 2023, 24 and 25 consecutively. And last, India in the G20 is going to prepare itself to project as a leading diplomatic leader at the global forum. Now to conclude, I'll say that while G20 cannot be a panacea for all the world problems, but it has played a vital role in international cooperation in the past decade. In an era when rising powers seek opportunities to influence and contribute to global affairs, effective global governance through forums such as G20 is essential. And the last but important, another indication of India's rising power in the global forum is India's chairmanship of the SCO for the period 2022 and 2023. And this will be for the first time in SCO for over 2 decades history that it will be headed by a South Asian country. This development gives a South Asian dimension to the SCO presidency and further boosts the prospects of re-establishing linkages between South Asia and Central Asia, which has been envisioned by the 2 regions. Thank you so much.
Again, the house is open for question. Yeah. Please provide my please.
So my question to you is, as we know that G20 is dominated by developed and emerging countries, so my question was, what measure did it take as an organization to deal with COVID-19 pandemic?
Yes, you rightly mentioned that G20 is majorly dominated by the developed countries, but India's presidency, the upcoming presidency that we'll see, it is a major development, and India being an active member of the G20 through the COVID vaccination, what I have stated in the vaccine diplomacy policy, I think it has projected its power and it has tried to curb the menace of COVID through its vaccine diplomacy in the G20, through the G20 forum.
Any more question, please?
My question to you is, does the culture still plays a prominent role in the Indian foreign policy even in the 21st century? And if so, then how and at what level?
See, culture is something that is very, I would say very personal when it comes to each and every country, and India, who is projecting and who is being a major soft power projector throughout the world, culture is very important aspect of our foreign policy, and it was this, the notion of helping others, or the notion of taking the middle course which India projected in resolving the Russia-Ukraine crisis. These are very, I would say very key ingredients of our culture. So yes, India has stick to its cultural roots of diplomacy, and it has projected these roots in its foreign policy.
So many thanks to Aswati for your wonderful presentation. Now I am inviting Dr. Aswati, please come.
Good morning. We are going to talk about, this is me, Dr. Smriti Singh, Associate Professor of Maitreyi College. I teach in the Department of English, so I'm all one here. And me and Dr. Mithila Bagai, we are presenting this paper together. So, first of all, I would like to thank Political Science Department for inviting me for this presentation. I understand that we can have little less knowledge than you of political science or of politics, whatever you could call it, but let's try our level best. As much I have understanding about.
Most welcome, ma'am, in the discipline of political science. Please.
Yeah. So
We are the master scientists, not merely the political scientists.
Yeah. So we are going to talk about relationship between India India took decision, India said that we will not be participating in the war against Taliban, against terrorism, whatever you can call. They did not participate in the war, and you could notice that very well that Pakistan did participate in the war. And after that, yes, India got allied with America, and there was lots of development, lots of investment happened. And in the peace talk, when it started, when Joe Biden came and more serious talk, like with Trump also it was happening, India was always kept out of the table. From the peace talk, India was never included in the peace talk. And 15th August, when we were celebrating our Independence Day, what happened that day? We all know it, right? Taliban took over Afghanistan. And when Taliban took over Afghanistan, we all were very scared that what will happen to India. They will reach to Kashmir. There was lots of discussion. 19th August 2021, Taliban issued the press release that in Kashmir is bilateral issue of India and Pakistan, and Taliban is not participating whatsoever in this complicated relationship. All the white journalists were kept in, and of course Indian journalists were sent out. But we have to understand, there are lots of extremist view, there are lots of whatever view which is not supporting to India. And one thing for sure, whatever is not supporting or supporting to us, that doesn't dispose our thought process. If we stop talking to people, if we not open the window of talk in front of Taliban or in front of anyone, then what will happen? A, we won't be able to change their perspective. So whatever we want to achieve, we have to achieve through talk process. And that is what, like behind the curtain, of course, there are lots of talk going on. Now, Pakistan is no more part of their military ally, but Afghanistan taking its own whatever action in itself, and then whatever decision has been taken, that has been decided by their government, whatever you can call it. And you know, good or bad, we know there are lots of bad things. But changing those bad things, we have to establish the talk process. And it was very unfortunate if a situation would have been better, because we did not have ever very kind of, where there was no scope of talk, that kind of relationship with Pakistan, with Taliban. Our relationship was always open. We were talking to each other. We had our communication window open. But West did not understand this. Because West did not understand this, West faced their own consequences, and you know how painful their exit was. We know the story about it, right? Okay? So, extremist or not extremist, whatever it is, talk window should be open for everyone. Thank you so much.
Many thanks, sir. Very burning issue in the area of foreign policy. We have a better relationship between, that means the neighbor countries, Afghanistan, India, Hamid Karzai, and thereafter. So many experiments were already concluded by the government of India. If any question if you have, please raise.
Yeah.
Very experienced personality from your college is here in the designation of Associate Professor in the Department of English. If you have any question, you can raise your question query. Thank you, ma'am. No any question is here. So many thanks to you. Now, I am going to invite final speaker here, the Govind Dagi. Please come.
Namaste to all. Myself, Govind Dagi. I am a PhD scholar in American Studies in Jawaharlal Nehru University. I am in my second year. I will present in front of you the Hindu diaspora, the backbone of Indian public diplomacy since 2001 to 2020. It will be the basically observation of first 2 decades of this century. So when the sunset of 20th century, if a young citizen aspires Indian Foreign Service officer after clearing the UPSC exam, he or she guided by the superior officer to prioritize India's strategic, economic and political relations. People-to-people contact was least concerned area at that time. It was with the onset of 21st century, India realized the potential of India's public diplomacy. It was majorly India modified its foreign policy also and enhanced the role of public diplomacy in dealing with foreign powers. Public diplomacy as a word, as a mean by which we can try to influence the foreign public opinions. Governments use public diplomacy to help foster favorable views of their policies among the foreign powers, foreign population, and thereby more easily achieve their foreign policy objects. Public diplomacy is all about changing the minds of foreign populations. It finds that the Indian investment in public diplomacy is partly a response to concern about the perceived growth of Chinese soft power and partly a function of changed belief in the foreign policy making elite about the use of new social media. Since China began to try improve its image, India also in 2006 opened a public diplomacy division in its foreign external affairs ministry. Largely to the democratic politics, India went ahead with Bollywood, biryani and Bangalore IT industry. Indian diplomats have done too little in the past to press the home at that advantage. In first 2 decades of this century, India achieved in terms of diplomatic relations, the Hindu diaspora played a key role in it. Now the main question comes in your mind that why I choose Hindu diaspora instead of Indian diaspora. So because the moment people choose citizenship of another country, the only religious and ethnic bond have that link between them and their native countries in context of India. In general term, the diaspora refers to a people with a common origin who reside more or less on a permanent basis outside their religious or ethnic homeland. The promotion of Hinduism in diaspora was the primary motivation of Arya Samaj activists in the first of this school of thought founded in 1875 during Swami Dayanand Saraswati. Hindu nationalism discourse thus able to acquire the relevance at global level now. This is particularly true in 3 countries especially, United States of America, United Kingdom and Canada, also with some part of European Union. America is a young country with having a 250 years of history only. The civilization, however, it has mainly contributed to the political system in the world, especially in the concept of democracy and liberty. The same values among Hindus are inbuilt from the ancient civilization. Hindu Americans already, in words of former External Affairs Minister of India, Yashwant Sinha, extremely important source of support for the Indian government in the execution of its policies through influence the respect they command on foreign lands. The few organizations they are playing a key role in improving this Indian public diplomacy on foreign lands. The Hindu Swayam Sevak Sangh, the international branch of RSS, the Vishnu Parishad or World Hindu Council, and the Akhil Bharatiya Vidyarthi Parishad, the international branch of AUP, known as National Hindu Students Forum. And almost more than 50 units are working in entire Europe and US of ABUP. That's why ABUP is the world's largest student organization. The Hindu American community has to be considered as a major explaining factor of foreign policy decision made by the US regarding India. The Hindu Americans have successfully utilized 4 main critical to the political power. First, voting power and public opinion, information and institutions, money and campaign finance, especially in terms of United States, and then Indian American candidates. The incident that led down the foundation of Hindu unity in the United States was happened in the year of 2005. The year, I am sure that all you have heard that.
Govind, I am requesting you, as per order given by the organizer, we have to conclude as soon as possible. So you should conclude, please.
So, one legacy of Indian diaspora political mobilization in the West is largely based on one more instance, the Trump's campaign in US, which were mainly promoted by the organization Six for Britain and Hindus for Trump, as well as establishment of advocacy organizations such as the Republican Hindu Coalition in the US, which openly supported the Trump presidency in the United States. So finally, with their efforts, Hindu diaspora writing another chapter of history as part of the public diplomacy, it is providing a great logistical support to the Indian government also. Thank you so much.
Many thanks. Maybe I have a suggestion, because we have 2,000 kilometers connecting territory with the country like Nepal. That is very close to us. And as per your paper, many Hindu diasporas are residing there. So you should add these facts in your paper. This is my humble suggestion to you. If you have space, kindly add these things also. Any question? Yeah, please.
Thank you, sir. But this paper is about Indian public.
Yeah, I think your paper is based on basically you are related to American Center.
Yes.
But that's why I am requesting if you have space, then add. Otherwise, you should write these things in another paper.
Sure, sir. I will do it.
Good morning, all of you. Yes. So, जितना तक मैंने अभी तक समझा, इंडिया और अमेरिकन रिलेशन के कल्चरल रिलेशन के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, आई थिंक। तो मैं ये बोलना चाहती हूँ कि जैसे अमेरिका और जो वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज हैं, वहाँ पे जो एशियन स्टूडेंट्स और एशियन बच्चे हैं और एशियन लोग रहते हैं, उनके साथ जो भेदभाव वहाँ पे हो रहा है। और अभी रिसेंट खबर आपने सुनी होगी कि यूएसए में जो एक सिख लड़का था, उसका होली कृपान छीन लिया गया था, उसको बोल के कि ये गलत चीज़ है। तो आप उस पर क्या कहना चाहेंगे? मुझे ये क्वेश्चन
See,
it is related to security of diaspora at United States of America.
We all heard that unity and diversity. America is the largest and the best. America is the best example of unity and diversity. The example, the extent you asked about, that's why I instructed few organizations. These organizations are working tirelessly for removing that hate crimes or for getting the benefit the population, or especially targeting these organizations who are involved in that violence. That incident, after that, the one organization, American Hindu Foundation, went to the Senate, means the part of US Congress, and they filed a complaint, they filed a petition that I hope that, and they said in their report that we will hope that these kind of incidents will never repeat in the American future.
But it is still happening.
So okay, now many thanks. No, because organizer is not permitting us to practice CLR this session, so I am not in a condition to extend it. So many thanks to all of you for listening carefully, patiently to our all paper presenters. So ma'am, as per your order, I am going to conclude that. Thank you. Thanks to all of you, please. Very much.
Can I have your attention, please? All the guests, please move to the common room, to the bamboo room 1, which is the common room for high tea, please. All the guests.
And 11:30, beta, after 15 minutes, reassemble over here because we'll be starting the plenary session. All senior faculty members will be here. Okay? I hope you have that session scheduled also with you. Who all are coming? Okay? So you people have to be present in next 15 minutes for sure. Okay? Quickly grab your refreshments and come back. Thank you so much. Welcome you all to the plenary session of day 2, and today is the final day of our international conference sponsored by ICSSR in collaboration with Delhi School of Transnational Affairs, which is Institution of Eminence in University of Delhi. Okay? And so we are commencing with our plenary session for day 2, and all the August faculty members are with us here today. वो हमारे साथ यहाँ पर जुड़ चुके हैं और मैं अनुरोध करती हूँ, I sincerely request our August dignitaries to kindly take the stage to kindly take their chairs onto the stage. We have Professor Chintamani Mahapatra ji. A round of applause for your friends. Colonel Amardeep Singh Ji. We have Professor Manish Ji. Professor A.K. Dubey sir will be joining us in a short while. He is on the way. We have the chair for the plenary session, Sonali Chitalkar. A round of applause. She is an assistant professor in Miranda College. And a lot of projects are in the pipeline. So yesterday, our department and the Miranda House Department of Political Science, we were discussing about collaboration and research projects that all children can be involved with. Okay? So in near future, we will see a lot of collaboration with Miranda House as well. And so we have our co-chair, which is me. So let's begin the session. I hand over the mic to Nikita.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bakai. A very pleasant good afternoon to all of you. I welcome you all to the second day of the International Conference, which is being organized for the first time by the Department of Political Science, Maitreyi College, in collaboration with Delhi Institute of Transnational Affairs, Institute of Eminence, under the aegis of Indian Council for Social Science Research. Thank you to all the participants and the august colleagues for joining in for the session. I believe that, again, the distinguished panel of luminaries that we have, I always feel a little overwhelmed in introducing them because I feel that their achievements are so enormous that it would always require a technical session to just go through their academic and professional careers. I'll start with the chair for the plenary session. I hope I'm audible to everyone. Dr. Sonali Chitalkar is Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Miranda House, University of Delhi. Her area of specialization is international relations with a focus on conflict resolution. She has been working on the state of Jammu and Kashmir in the last few years as a part of Peace Facilitation and Conflict Resolution Committee. She has also worked on inter-regional aspirations in Jammu and Kashmir, spent time in studying on ground the evolution of politics in the former state. Her doctoral thesis is on education policy in Jammu and Kashmir. She is currently working on the framework of analytic theory of gender as part of her interest in decolonization of the Indian mind and indigenous political theory. Dr. Chitalkar was with us yesterday as well, and we are honored to have her amidst us today too. Round of applause, please. Our co-chair is Dr. Maitreyi Bakai, who is also the convener of the International Conference. Her areas of specialization are international relations and global politics, and she's teaching papers on the same subjects in the Department of Political Science at Maitreyi College. Thank you so much for donning so many caps during the duration of this conference. Our first speaker is Colonel Amardeep Singh, retired Colonel Amardeep Singh, who was also with us yesterday. Thank you so much for taking time out to join us today. He's had a distinguished career in the Army. He's had 3 prestigious instructional assignments at the Infantry School, Mau, Army War College, Mau, Indian Military Academy in Dehradun. He's also a prolific writer and a regular contributor to journals of armed forces. He's also been awarded Army Commander Scholar Warrior Badge for his research paper in 2017. He's also won our hearts not only for his astute knowledge but also for the warmth and hospitality with which he receives students and faculty members and their questions alike. Thank you so much for being on this stage. The next speaker is an institution in himself, Professor Chintamani Mahapatra. He's a former rector of Jawaharlal Nehru University and professor of American Studies at School of International Studies of Jawaharlal Nehru University. He is also editor of Indian Foreign Affairs Journal. He's had several important positions, the overview of which might just take an entire day, so I'm just going to mention the important ones. He's been a member of the University Grants Commission, member Committee on Studies, Academy of International Studies, Jamia Millia Islamia, former Tagore Chair, Professor at Yunnan University, China. He's authored 4 books, 1 edited volume, chapters to more than 30, contributed chapters to more than 30 edited books, and has 70 research articles in reputed journals to his credit. He is also recipient of the Fulbright Fellowship, Commonwealth Fellowship and visiting fellowships to undertake research in the United States, United Kingdom, Austria, Australia and many other countries. He has been a visiting faculty in several UGC Iran Academic Staff College, Foreign Service Institute of the Ministry of External Affairs, National Defense College, Army War College, Naval War College and College of Air Warfare. He is a regular commentator in newspapers and on audiovisual media on international affairs. Currently, he is associated with Cunning Institute of Indo-Pacific Studies. Thank you so much for joining us. He's also responsible for half of the employees of Delhi University, just an added side note. He's taught many of us. We have with us Professor Manish. Thank you so much for joining us. Professor Manish is a professor at Center for International Politics in School of International Studies, Central University of Gujarat. He has served as fellow with IDSA and is officer on special duty with Government of India. He has also established Maulana Azad Center for Northeast Studies and was instrumental in editing a magazine, an academic magazine called Bodhi. Professor Manish was also a very attentive listener and participant yesterday on the first day of our session. Thank you so much for taking time out to join us today as well. Professor Bhumi will be joining us shortly, and I think a man of his stature, it seems better that I introduce him as and when he arrives. I would now request the senior most faculty of the Political Science Department, Dr. Kiran Pandey, Associate Professor Dr. Kiran Pandey, to please present our distinguished guests with paintings that have been made by the students of the college.
Am I audible now? A very good morning to all the students gathered here, because it's most heartening for me as a teacher, and I'm sure for all the other speakers, to see such a huge and interested audience of students. And thank you very much, convener of this international conference, for giving me the opportunity to chair this session. So we have about 1.5 hours, ma'am. We have 2 hours. Okay, so given that we will want 20 to 25 minutes for the interactive session, we will request 20 to 25 minutes for each speaker. And since you are the co-chair, ma'am, I'm going to give you the unpleasant task of minding time. I don't intend to get into that. But with the permission of Professor Chintamani Mahapatra sir, I just had a small word with all of you regarding your topics. So sir, you're going to speak on global politics, the broad sweep. Is it okay if we place you after the session? Because that would be in a way, yeah, in a way winding up this. So you're, in a sense, you'll be winding up the entire thing. So I take that liberty. I take that liberty with you, sir. So I won't stand between the audience and the distinguished speakers. I request Honorable Singh to start with this presentation.
It's indeed a matter of pleasure and great pride to be speaking on a subject which is very dear to me. I've been working on this topic and this subject for last 12 years. I am an infantry soldier. I have done my bit of soldiering, get adequate number of terrorists and Pakistani soldiers. That was the job assigned to me as a young captain and a major and then a colonel. I happened to command the battalion Manipur, where my battalion had the distinction of killing 62 terrorists, apprehending some 26 and surrendering more than 100 with so many weapons and all that. And it is a very satisfying job. It's a very satisfying life that one led. Very challenging, and a lot of people ask me what makes army a very distinctive job from any other way of life. So I tell them that no 2 days of my life in the army have been the same. Every day was different. Every day was different challenge. But having commanded the battalion in a very tricky area, I was in Imphal Valley, and then I've been an instructor in the infantry school Mau, where I was teaching young officers and NCOs and JCOs. I had the privilege of training the gentlemen cadets, officer cadets in Indian Military Academy, and then I was posted at the Army War College, where I was teaching officers which are 2 ranks, even 2 ranks senior to me, up to the rank of Major General. So information warfare is a very new subject. It is not directly related to the topic, but it is happening all around us. If you have got a SMS that my child is not well, please pay this much money. If you have got a message on your Facebook Messenger that I think you are there in this video, please click on the link. If you have heard of any cyber crime taking place, what you have not heard of is Indian Army, Indian Ministry of Defense sites being hacked by Pakistani and Chinese hackers. Your data is being misused by the entire business community. You do a search on Google on any product. After 3 days, you will start receiving mails and spam mails from the companies that make those products. That is happening behind us. I am a non-technical person, though I am a science graduate from India. But I just want to leave you with one thought, that a computer has 64,000 ports and we use only 4. Other ports are left open for anybody. What you have on your mobile is just the front end security. Back end, the problem with data is, if you lose 1,000 rupees, 1,000 rupees are physically missing from your pocket. But how many copies of your data exist and who is using it to what purpose, we don't know. Because your data is simply copied and shared with people. You may very innocently enter your number in CCD that they say, sir, please endorse our product and all that, and give us your mobile number, and we think that mobile number is the simplest of the things. Isse kya ho sakta hai? But during the course of my presentation, I will tell you how it is applicable at national level and what is required for us to be done. So information warfare, Indian perspective. Yesterday, Dr. Rajkumar Sharma was very emphatic when he mentioned information warfare in the Russia-Ukraine war. I will give you local examples and how your perceptions are being shaped and changed, and you are being absolutely a victim and a target of information war. Because I deal with a subject called perception management, and when I take these lectures for the army fraternity, my first slide is Mac Aloo Tikki. Nobody has told McDonald's to make Mac Aloo Tikki. But in India, and now you go to McDonald's during Navratra, they will serve you Navratra Thali. That is the kind of studies they have done on their target audiences. If you go and mention Mac Aloo Tikki in US, people will laugh at them. What nonsense are you serving? But here, they are studying you, they are watching you. So with this, we are in the era of 5th generation warfare. And 5th generation warfare, the best and the worst part is, there is no starting, there is no beginning and there is no end. It is going on, and the weapon as well as the target is in your pocket, it is your mobile phone. Your mind is the target. So 5th generation warfare, we talk about non-contact warfare, where destruction of enemy assets is not the key. It is capture of your mind, subversion of your mind is what enemy is targeting. Has anybody heard of this term called Stuxnet? Anyone? Stuxnet. Just one. Anybody else? You are not supposed to know, but I'll tell you. Way back in 2009, I think. In 2009, the Iranian nuclear enrichment plant, their centrifuges, their rate of rotation was changed 20,000 times by insertion of a malware. Otherwise, computer malware does not have any kinetic effect. But here, maybe the US and Israelis, they got hold of some laptop, did honey trapping in London and inserted a malware which changed the rate of rotation of these centrifuges, and the entire Iranian nuclear program went back by 5 years. This is the first example, and this is of vintage 2009, where information and cyber tools were used for a kinetic effect. So Stuxnet changed the way the wars will be fought in the days to come. Now India has been a target of information warfare. I'll tell you, I've got adequate entire section on India and this thing. Can you film not to move? It distracts. Now what the problem is that Indian population, and we have pre-existing fault lines, so I am going to discuss the fault lines, and information warfare as an accepted form of warfare around the world. What are the Chinese and US and Pakistan capabilities I will discuss, and what are we as Indians doing as far as information warfare is concerned. So this is all that we have. We have a National Information Board chaired by the NSA. They are supposed to meet once in a year. Since 2012 they have met only once, and we are in 2022. We are not serious. We have an NDRO. I will not speak about it. They are all hush-hush organization, well above my pay grade. But we have certain, that is computer emergency response team. So in case your computer, your mobile phone is under cyber attack from an enemy nation or an enemy agent, this is the agency that deals with that. And then we have a National Task Force for Psychological Operations, and we have a Joint Electronic Warfare Board which is supposed to take care of the electronic warfare in the country. I will not confuse you with too much of jargon. We will just see basic definitions. We will see the information warfare from Indian perspective, and we will see the way forward, because that is where the people sitting here come into play. I will present my case in such a manner that at the end of that, you will all be convinced, yes sir, we have to do something, and we have to do something substantial, and we have to start doing it today. Agrarian period, we wanted to annihilate the enemy armed forces. Industrial age, we wanted to annihilate the enemy armed forces as well as destroy the enemy infrastructure and war waging potential and material. And the information area, we just want information dominance on the information systems and the mind of the enemy. So this is how the contours of the battle are changed. Land, sea, air has been and have been the traditional battle spaces. Space was added. We had a full-fledged conflict in the space going on during the Cold War era, and now information has been added as the new dimension. The problem is that everybody is a target. You can't say, I am just 17 years old, I am a college student, I am not a target. You are a target. I will tell you how you are a target. Now information warfare can be fought in physical dimension. I can deploy radars, I can deploy drones, I can deploy satellites, I can hack your computer network, I can hack your ID, do social engineering, and there are 10 ways I can hack into your systems and then subsequently into mine. We can always fight the information warfare in information dimension. I can confuse you. I can absolutely confuse you. I will give you an example. There is a very short video. It happened in 2012 when our population, our countrymen from the northeastern states who are working in the southeastern states, just by few SMSs and morph pictures, 30,000-40,000 of them had to leave Bangalore and other cities, and they rushed back because they were in an utter state of confusion. And this confusion occurs because we are living in an era of information overload. You are not able to verify. Today, if I put a tweet that the Prime Minister has died, you will need at least 5 to 6 hours to verify or counter-verify this. What you see, if I make a morph video, if I make a morph picture, if I make a meme, you tend to believe that. And the problem is that government agencies and we as the think tank are not or have not been able to come up with credible counter to the enemy strategy. What enemy is doing, I'll show you. This is the Indian Army doctrine of 2010. The definition is of IW. But Rand says that IW is a conflict between two or more groups in the information space. In my battalion, one boy, his mobile phone was hacked and some 70,000 rupees he lost. In one of the family members or relations, they lost some 2 lakh rupees through the cyber hacking. Only a OTP came, some call came, this says please send me the OTP, this thing is being upgraded, credit card is being upgraded, and next moment your 2 lakh rupees have been cybered. This is a very, very small this thing, and Stuxnet was a cyber-enabled kinetic attack by a nation state over another nation state. Your microwave, your gas pipe, gas line is a weapon. I can program your microwave. We will talk of things like IoT, that is Internet of Things. My cousin in US, when he starts from his office, he switches on the heater, he switches on his rice cooker, he switches on his microwave, and when he reaches home, everything is at the temperature that he wants it to be. I can hack into a system and turn anything and everything into a gun. This is the complexity of the war that we are going to face in the days to come. Now, information warfare is, as US defines it, it has got 13 domains, related capabilities, supporting capabilities, and public diplomacy and everything. So the last, what you see in related capabilities, public diplomacy, you people coming, civil military ops, anybody who is joining any civil service, any foreign service, media, academics, public affairs. So these domains are to be addressed by the think tank of the country. Strategy communication. Yesterday we had again one gentleman speak about strategy communication. I will give you the discord between what we do and what we are saying. We say Pakistanis are beheading our soldiers, Chinese are killing our soldiers and they are beheading them and they are killing them in a very brutal manner. And on Eid day, you see pictures of BSF giving sweets to Pakistani rangers on Wagah border and Atari border. The civilian, who is the general population of the country, is confused. Is Pakistan our enemy nation? Is Pakistan our belligerent neighbor? Is Pakistan our neighbor? Is Pakistan our friendly country? We don't know. Till very recently, we had the most favored nation status given to Pakistan and nobody questioned it. The academics sitting here should be writing a letter every month to the Prime Minister, sir, these are the things that should not be done because we are the research scholars and we are reading what you are doing. But we do not have a methodology of strategic communication. The images that we give to the world are confusing. Now, yesterday we had discussed Prime Minister, External Affairs Minister, Defense Minister, CDS. Now they are all speaking in the same language. In the information warfare, I call it party line. So Maitreyi College, anybody coming, he or she will be gifted with a painting and a beautiful flower pot. Is the party line of Maitreyi College. Anybody who comes, this is the standard that we maintain. The entire nation has to have one standard, and those standards have to be decided by the academics. by the people, by the young population who are doing research in this field. Must read more about strategic communication. The Chinese army, they have PLA strategic support force, and in which they talk of 3 warfare strategy, that is legal, psychological and public opinion or media warfare. They are using mainstream media for shaping your perception and for psychological operation. Pakistani ISPR is the psychological arm of ISI. And they say, okay, we have ADGPI, ADGPI is just public information, but they are doing it in a very systematic manner. And this organization is of 2017 when they have started with the strategic support force. Pakistan, based on the US capabilities and all that, they are way ahead as far as psychological operations are concerned, and all of us are confused. We have Kashmiri students in the universities, in Rajasthan, in Delhi, in other places, they are cheering for Pakistan. It is not that we have not told them what is the real picture, what should be their party line be. So this is the problem where enemy have been able to penetrate our minds without crossing the border. Information operations are going on 24/7. Information warfare is what will happen when the war breaks out or when the conflict stage comes. Enemy is going to bombard you with more pictures, more videos, messages which have been tried and tested and it exists in the data. There was a gentleman in BSF who said, "Dal mein pani pani hai" and all that. When I was conducting a capsule for my Havaldars, one gentleman came with a more picture of this BSF soldier, and the message came from Pakistan. It was in Gurmukhi because this gentleman was a Sardar. I am a Sardar. He said, "Sir, unu maar deta hai." Army ne us BSF soldier ko maar deta hai. That is the message written which has come on his WhatsApp. Can you imagine the reach that the enemy has? He has reached into your mind. He is now messaging you in your language, and he is morphing the picture. And this Havaldar was mighty troubled कि साहब आदमी ने उसको क्यों मार दिया? Because the person who does not have an idea of information warfare, he will get carried away. You will get carried away. The moment you say, okay, your so and so leader has been killed, gather there in Kashmir, in so many other places, the entire protest business is going on through social media, which you are participating. What you say, sir, there was a stupid tweet, I didn't like it. Did you report it? No. Because we think that that is not my job. But I am going to tell you that reporting all nonsense that is existing in the social media is our job, because that is part of the defensive information warfare. This is the problem. Anonymous adversary. You don't know who is targeting you. The cyber attack on your telephone, if you go and report to the police, they say, sir, we need minimum 6 months for cyber forensics. We need 6 months to find out who has done that. And it will take just 1 second for anybody to launch a cyber attack who has got an email ID. आपने अपना पासवर्ड कुत्ते के नाम पे रखा होगा, बॉयफ्रेंड के नाम पे रखा होगा, गर्लफ्रेंड के नाम पे रखा होगा, मम्मी पापा के नाम पे रखा होगा. We call it brute force technique. It can be broken in no time. Algorithms exist which are, we do it. So if I have to break into your phone, I just need half an hour, and I can send email from your account to all जिसको भी भेजना है, I can do that. There are no laws, ambiguous laws. We are a country which has got 3,000 active terrorists on its mainland in Kashmir, and we don't have an anti-terrorist law. We don't have fast-track courts. Who will write to the government? Who will impress the think tank? Is the academic who is sitting here, who is at the first stage of starting their journey in the nation building. Then there are no political boundaries. I launch a cyber attack on you. I launch an information attack on you. Pakistan says it is a group of misguided Pakistani youth. Pakistani government denies launching of any cyber attack on any Indian website. You can't catch. There are no international laws. Now, what is criminal act for me is an act of nationalism for them. They say no, they are motivated Pakistani youth or Chinese youth or so and so, and all these attacks can be routed through a neutral country. The cyber attack on Indian website is not directly through Pakistan. It is taking place through China, through some European country, or through US. So tomorrow, if you find out that an attack has originated from US VPN, will you go and attack US? And attack how? So this is a matter that needs to be discussed in detail. No beginning, no end, no territory to be captured, few physical assets to be deployed, non-contact, no clear winners or losers, and defensive IW is everybody's job. So if I get an advisory, you got advisory during pandemic, please wear mask, please maintain social distance. We tend to follow that, but we are the ones who tend to just say कि government तो कहती रहती है, हम नहीं करेंगे. We are youth, we will not die. हम कुछ भी करते हैं. But I am telling you, everybody is a target. That means everybody is a soldier. You have to not only protect yourself, you have to protect your friends, your family members and others, and you have to guide and guard others. So this is IW from Indian perspective is very sad story. We are a multi-ethnic, multicultural society. We have got very, very sharp economic divides, ideological divides, and these are called fault lines in information warfare. And enemy is going to utilize these fault lines to attack. जब आप एक पेज फाड़ते हैं, पहले आप एक लाइन ड्रॉ कर लेते हैं, उसमें छेद बनाते हैं, वो वहीं पर फटता है. So any society, any target audience will break along existing or created fault lines. So they will create a Hindu-Muslim divide. They will create a Savarna and Dalit divide. They will create a Garib and Amir divide. They will create a Rajput and this divide. They are out doing that. And you see it all around you. You are not able to comprehend who is doing this and why is this being done. Trust me, it's a very serious battle that I am talking about. Internet, everybody has got internet. Half the Indian population has got mobile phones, smartphones, and half the Indian population is target. Army strength is just 13 lakhs, so in case there is a conventional war, 13 lakh of us will fight that war. But I am talking of a war in which you are the target, you are the weapon. Some of you may be motivated to kill somebody, and you have seen examples in the very recent past that by one statement, one picture, people have decided to kill somebody. So this is a nature of warfare which conventional militaries don't understand. We don't understand. I am very happy killing. This is me, this is enemy, this is the line of control. I am very happy firing. But what happens when the enemy is behind me? He is my own friend. He is my own colleague. I don't know. What should be my strategy? Mobile connectivity, again, this is a weapon, must be used very, very intelligent. We have unstable neighbors, so मैं किसी को बदुआ देता हूँ तो मैं कहता हूँ कि अगले जन्म आप इंडिया उनके पैदा इंडिया भी इंडिया एक भी हमारा नेबर स्टेबल नहीं है बेचारा. I don't know why. It is like staying in a mental hospital. My 4 soldiers, army में क्या होता है? Anybody who loses the mental balance, so I have to send a guard in the mental hospital. So this guard has to say. So when I was commanding in Manipur, one guard commander called me from Calcutta. He says, "साहब हमें वापस बुला लो, इनके बीच में रहते थे, हम भी तीनों पागल हो जाएंगे." So that is the state of our country. You see, any country, US has got Canada as a neighbor and Mexico as a poor neighbor, but Mexico does not plan to attack US. But here we are, you think of any neighbor and count any neighbor and you will know this thing. So that is why we are a target and we do not have a information warfare strategy. That is why I am here. I insisted, Mithila ma'am, let me, it is topic not related to what we are discussing here in the seminar, but it is topic that pertains, that includes all of us. Communal fault lines, economic fault lines, ethnic fault lines, you name and you will be able to find the fault. Now where do you step in? Each fault line, each topic that is listed on the screen requires in-depth studies and there we need the academic know-how and the research scholars. One man's terrorist is other man's hero and whatnot, these things, we have to define how does that society think or that person thinks. We had another grid power failure in 2012, it lasted over 3 days, some 90 or 900 crore rupees were lost in 3 days. This was a cyber attack on the northern power grid by China. Still, there are no attributable. It is non-attributable. China says we didn't do it. It is your problem. But if you talk to any engineer sitting here, any engineer in the country, they say, sir, power grid failure at that level is not possible. They can hack your ATCs, they can hack your banking system, they can hack anything. So this is the new form of warfare that we are talking about. Frequent cyber attacks are taking place. We had protests on CA and against farm laws. I don't see all these were orchestrated, so much so that Mr. Justin Trudeau, who is the boss of Canada, has got a statement to make what is happening in India. Why? Who are you? आप अपने घर में गाने सुन रहे हैं, मैं बाहर डांस कर सकता हूँ, मैं बीच में थोड़ी आऊँगा कि वॉल्यूम कम करो, चेंज करो गाना, मुझे पसंद नहीं, डीजे वाले बाबू ये वाला गाना बजाओ. I can't say. Justin Trudeau can't even hear what we are singing here. He is thousands and thousands of miles away, but this is the power of information war. Honey trapping of officials you keep hearing. General perceptions against India are very, very bad. I was in Africa. Yes, Bollywood is this thing, but even Africans, the poorest of the African nations where I was deployed was Ethiopia and Eritrea, and they do not have a very positive image about it. They say, sir, वहाँ पर सांप काट लेगा, आप जाओगे कोई आपको किडनैप कर लेगा, आपको बकरा बना देगा. ऐसे this thing does not happen. मैं तो बचपन से ऑफिसर बन के घूम रहा हूँ, मेरे को किसी बकरा नहीं होना. But they have these perceptions. You see the travel advices that the US Embassy issues to their travelers when they are coming to India. It is an eye-opener document. This is the image that we carry. So these are perceptions that we have to change. People sitting here have to change. And exodus of people from Northeast, there is a movie, I will not show that because I will run out of time. Ma'am, yes. I'll finish, not to worry. J&K, you must study. You must study what is happening in J&K. Burhan Wani, Mr. Burhan Wani was a Facebook warrior. He did not even kill one Indian soldier or one Indian civilian. But his death cost us 160 lives. I'll leave you with that thought. The response, we have all these things. We just don't know what to do. We are looking for short-term gains. I as a colonel was told, keep the violence at the manageable levels. I did not understand that directive given to me by my higher headquarters. Do I kill everybody or do I kill some people to bring down the violence? I don't know. I am a blind man, I don't know Urdu, I don't know Kashmiri, I don't know Gujri, I don't know Pashto. How do I operate in amongst your own people? Whom do I kill and whom do I not kill? This is a question that all of us should ask. Way forward is we should think seriously on information warfare, operationalize that. Here is where I leave you all, that we have to redefine Article 19, whatever this thing on freedom of expression. We have to have anti-terrorism laws and policies, and we have to have policies and doctrines and other documents worked out on information warfare, which I am incapable of. I can only point out that there is a problem. One academic should hold my hand, sir, we will take care of it. You tell us what is the problem. So the time that academics stayed away from military and military stayed away from academics and research people, I think that time has gone, and it is time for us to step up the level of battle and level of our involvement. That is all. I rest my case. Thank you and Jai.
Thank you so much, sir. You have been very humble and generous enough. Sir, your topic is very, very relevant to our topic, to our theme, which is Indian perspective on global politics, and you have informed how India is getting equipped and preparing for the information warfare that is happening. Thank you so much. And what sir has talked about is that war today is not limited on the borders. War today is on your mobile phones. Similarly, soldiers today does not have to be limited to the borders. You have to be the soldiers. You have to be preparing yourself, inform yourself, and then informing the authorities of all the misinformation that is coming. Thank you, sir, for informing that.
Do you want to take questions now, Maitreyi, or later? Oh, okay. I'm sure you have a number of questions, so just keep them. And I now invite the next speaker, Professor Manish, to take the stage.
Thank you, Maitreyi College, for giving me this opportunity to speak and interact with this very young audience. Now, this is also very interesting to see because it's a very young audience. I think they are all undergrad students, and I see a lot of interest amongst them on international relations and primarily the strategic aspects. And I'm sure many of you are going to be making research as one of your careers. It's a very promising career. Let me tell you this, it's a very, very promising career. And we, Indians, actually require more researchers. Let me also caution you, because I have been a student of international relations, strategic issues. I have served in the government, I have served in the think tank, I have been instrumental in setting up the Department of International Relations at Sikkim University and now at Central University of Gujarat. So, but one thing which let me also caution for all young scholars like you, it's very important that you pick up a foreign language. It's extremely important. And why I say this? Because what we all keep doing is, if I have to understand my adversary like China, for example, or Pakistan, for example, what I'm doing, most of the academics are doing it, they are looking at the English literature interpretation of the Chinese, right? What scholars like Maitreyi and Johnston write, and so primarily it's the American interpretation of, for you to understand the country. I think it's of utmost importance that you pair disciplinary knowledge along with the knowledge of the language. And China is one of your adversaries, and I think we should be having more sinologists today to understand China. Sir spoke about cyber warfare and all, and China is smart at it. It's not just Israel, but I mean there is a whole. I was instrumental. I mean I've served as OSD in one of the organizations which you mentioned. Right. So I'm aware of that we require actually more of sinologists who can understand China from the Indian point of view, and it's extremely important. Now coming to today's topic, what I have chosen is to speak on the Chinese interest in South Asia with a focus on Afghanistan. And this is primarily an assessment post-US withdrawal. Right? China is today in a big way in Afghanistan. Let me also, just because this is a paper which I have written for one of the journals, it's an accepted paper, and what I have done here is, these are actually the translation of the Chinese, and I have tried to interpret in this paper as to how Chinese are thinking about their presence in Afghanistan and possibly what its implications could be. So I have structured it this way: what are Chinese interests in Afghanistan? The second section would be, how is China responding to it? And towards the end, as I conclude, what are India's options? So that's how I have tried to structure. Before I come to, there is a debate in China whether China is a maritime power or a continental power. And this is an age-old debate in China. If you go back into the Chinese history also, from Ming Dynasty onwards, you will see that there is this debate whether China is a maritime power or China is a continental power. In fact, China essentially views itself as a continental power throughout the history. And while there is evidence of seafaring, right, it had come to an abrupt end, let's say, in the Ming Dynasty itself. Right. This dichotomy exists even today, but that's where the Chinese Belt and Road Project comes in, right? Which is one of the flagship programs of China. In more recent times, I think the debate in China is that the formulation of BRI, which the Chinese have, is whether to go west through the land corridor or go south through the sea lanes. So, and this is primarily a response to the US pivot nation. So this is something which you have to understand. And with the US withdrawal from Afghanistan, China today faces no traditional threat on its Eurasian land boundaries. This is something extremely important for you to understand. But indeed today there are opportunities for China to emerge more as a global Eurasian power. Right? And China is also propped up by friendly Russia and also a strong ally which is Pakistan and now Afghanistan. So this is something which you have to keep this in mind before I start this. My thesis is very simple. China today has developed a geostrategic and geoeconomic interest in Afghanistan, which requires it to coordinate with Pakistan and innovate diplomatically. Please understand, China cannot enter into Afghanistan without Pakistan. Somebody has to control the Taliban. And Taliban, there is absolutely no doubt that Taliban is primarily a creation of Pakistan's intelligence agencies, and they are controlled even today. The Americans did not realize this, they realized only towards the fag end of their presence in Afghanistan, but this is something which Indians have been telling the Americans for quite some time. So let me now come directly to what are the Chinese interests in Afghanistan. There are three major interests which I have tried to identify. The first is, as part of the BRI, which is the Belt and Road, one of the flanks, which is the China-Pakistan economic corridor, right? There is a desire now to extend this corridor into Afghanistan. Chinese could have gone directly into Afghanistan, but as I said, they want someone to actually control the Taliban. So it's the CPEC which possibly could be extended. There are difficulties today. They want the Saudis also to pump in some money in the CPEC project. But that apart, BRI CPEC extension into Afghanistan is something which is important, integral to China at this point. And for various reasons. Firstly, Afghanistan is located at the center of Asia, situated in the middle of the Eurasian plate. Please understand the geography. West Asia, Europe and South Asia. So it's actually this geography which makes Afghanistan very, very important. And therefore, it actually becomes a very important transportation hub for north-south and east-west traffic. Go back to the old city. I mean, even today, actually it's relevant. And therefore, this region is of immense geostrategic and geoeconomic interest. So that's one. The second, China wants to tap into Afghanistan's mineral resources. And this is very important because this can liberate China from the monopoly of the big sellers in the international resource market and diversity. I'll come towards my later part, I'll come because they are actually targeting for rare earths, right, which is now extremely important for China's growth if they have to compete with the Americans. The third, China-Pakistan economic corridor extension into Afghanistan, and this will align the development strategies of Pakistan and Afghanistan with China's BRI. And indeed, it would strengthen a sort of a trilateral cooperation under the BRI framework. The fourth point, which is equally important, is China's growing role in global hotspots and strengthening China's role as the so-called responsible major country, which will help China ease and reduce the contradictions and differences between Afghanistan and Pakistan. Therefore, the extension of CPEC to Afghanistan will improve the lives of Pashtuns living in the Afghan border. A Durand line has been a very, very contentious issue. So, the lives of Pashtuns living on the border possibly could be enhanced, improve the deteriorating security situation and contribute to the stability of the domestic situation in Pakistan. So, it's like promoting a mutually beneficial and a win-win globalization. Now, China's readiness today as an early mover into Afghanistan is best manifested in the set of a 10-story building in central Kabul, which is, the building is called the Belt and the Road Chinatown, which is populated by Chinese steel traders, deal makers and textile merchants. And despite all odds, it continues to be. Right. As I said, rare earth is important for China. For this young audience, let me very briefly explain what rare earth is all about. It's a group of 17 elements broadly divided into heavy and light elements based on their electron configuration. Right. And contrary to the name, rare earths are not actually very rare, and they exist in low concentration in the ground across the Earth's crust. Right. But please understand, its extraction is difficult and very, very expensive. Having said that, why are these rare earths important? Actually, the entire, but let me, before explaining the process of extraction of the rare earth, though it's damaging the environment, it puts ecosystem at the risk by pit mining. It releases metal byproducts from refineries. But rare earth derive their significance by virtue of their indispensable for and omnipresent in all consumer electronics, defense equipments, and the host of clean energy technologies, which are actually what you can say the future technologies. If you want to enter into cyber, if you want to enter into space, if you want to enter into, say, defense modernization, I think this is basically extremely important. So it has a strategic relevance. And therefore, let me now come to the potential of Afghanistan in rare earth. Not that the Chinese are interested, the Americans did a study. Between 2009 and 2011, the United States Geological Survey together with Afghanistan Geological Survey, they conducted a very, very comprehensive geological survey of the country. And they identified 24 specific areas of interest across Afghanistan. First is the valuable metal reserves, B, building material reserves, C, industrial mineral reserves, D, or areas with oil and gas. Right. So post-US withdrawal, the Taliban regime is in control of these above-mentioned natural resources, which is said to be around $3 trillion towards the end of the last commodity super cycle. It's slightly old data. But however, the development of mineral opportunities in an unstable country like Afghanistan is hindered by a variety of challenges, including the Taliban. Now, with Pakistan, China is in a position to deal directly with that. And you must have witnessed that after no other than Mullah Baradar himself made a visit to China, and I think they have been able to do a deal. Chinese want their presence in Afghanistan. They don't want to enter into any conflict, except that they want to have resources. For Afghanistan, it's like getting more money. Right, so without stating so, they have been able to give some degree of legitimacy to the regime. The second Chinese interest is, apart from the rare earth, is ensuring the peace and stability of the region. Now, please also understand, amongst the 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. China is the only member which shares borders with Afghanistan and could be directly affected by the events there. So this is the uniqueness of this geography. Roughly, China shares around 92.45 kilometers long border with Afghanistan. And China not only needs to ensure security in Afghanistan, it also wants in its Xinjiang province, right, security, which is basically bordering with Afghanistan. So this is basically, and this is a region which has witnessed a lot of turmoil in the past. The ETIM, you have the East Turkmenistan Islamic movement, which is very much on. The East Turkestan Islamic Party, which is again a sort of a jihadist organization, which is established by the Xinjiang Uyghurs in the northern provinces. I mean, it's a old story going back to 1993. So this is the second major, interest wherein China wants to have a greater peace and stability on its borders. Now, just to cut this story short, how is China responding to these things? Now, it's already known that China has officially engaged the Afghan Taliban, much like what the Americans or the Russians did for Iran. But today, it's increasingly portraying Taliban as a non-terror entity. No wonder, I mean, China always keeps blocking resolutions, because in the end, let's also not forget that Lashkar-e-Toiba was formed way back in Kunar province. If you go back into the history, Masood Azhar landed the plane in Kandahar, and from there he moved to Pakistan, the Binori Mosque, where he indeed came up with this Jaish-e-Mohammed. So there is a history of linkages between these terror groups, between Pakistan and Afghanistan. And in the end, let's also not forget, ISI had been throughout and continues to play a very important role in what's happening in Afghanistan even today. So there is, I mean, we don't have any confusion on this account. Now, so the official response is that it's also China is portraying Taliban as a non-terror entity, while identifying ETIM as the real terror outfit. This is what the Chinese are playing with. Then, please also understand, you have Pakistan, which is China's ironclad friend, no doubts about it. Pakistan is something which actually is trying to bring in China into Afghanistan. And for various reasons, with Pakistan in focus, China is envisaging, as I said, CPEC as a game changer. Secondly, the significance of CPEC also holds for China and Pakistan both. Its security remains the primary concern for both countries, which just cannot be ensured without first ensuring the stability in Pakistan's Balochistan province. Balochistan is the one wherein you also see the Kuala Road. But this is also a province wherein you see a lot of Baluch rebellion against the Pakistani state, the Pakistani army. The targets are the gas pipelines, military trucks, railways, and obviously the military infrastructure from Zone Miami Winter to say the Kuala Port. And third, Pakistan's friendly Taliban regime in Kabul actually offers today a very historic opportunity for China to ensure the security of seabed. And this is something which is widely. So China today is trying to respond with what it sees a constructive intervention. The term which it has used is the constructive intervention. And this is not what I am saying, it's most of the Chinese scholars who have been saying, the constructive intervention. And through this, I think China's diplomatic engagement with Afghanistan has marked by its constant strand of what you can say pragmatism and a multi-pronged approach to international, bilateral and multilateral forum. This is what we have seen at various levels. Now, China and Afghanistan, let's also not forget, that have signed a treaty of friendship, cooperation, good neighbors relation way back in 2006 and established what they say, they call the strategic and the cooperative partnership in 2012. So this is what goes back to 2006, right? And third, China has played an instrumental role in establishing or steering the various multilateral, plurilateral, ministerial diplomatic mechanisms related to Afghanistan. Right? I'll just give you one example, like the China, Afghanistan, Pakistan foreign ministers dialogue was held in Beijing. So I'm just giving you one example. Within this scenario, where does India stand? I think India's stand appears a lot more constrained in the whole camp. India has been working closely with Afghan government, which has never appeared eager to hold direct publicly announced talks with Taliban. India closed its embassy and evacuated its personals immediately after the Taliban captured Kabul. Right. And despite the fact that India hosted a Delhi Regional Security Dialogue on Afghanistan, and this was November 2021, the NSA had hosted this. But the conspicuous absence of Pakistan and China was very, very significant in this regional dialogue. So for India, I think the choices today are very narrow. India had spent a lot of money in terms of infrastructure development in Afghanistan, but today I think the choices are very narrow. Nonetheless, the core issue today is how differently India and China view Taliban, the way the two are ready to engage with Taliban. I think I'll end here. I'll be very happy to take questions from your side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think with your very first statement, you set the tone. I remember when I was doing my PhD and my professor guide told me that, I was doing it in Afghanistan and he said, Pashtu seekh lena, tabhi Afghanistan mein kar paoge. And way back 10 years, 11 years back, I was thinking, पश्तू क्यों सीखूं? अंग्रेजी ज़्यादा सीखनी है, पश्तू नहीं सीखनी है मुझे. But now I realize why he was telling me to learn their language, so that I can understand Afghanistan now from my own viewpoint. So that was a very learning lesson actually that you have made in this session. Thank you so much. And now,
thank you so much, Professor Manish, and I would invite Professor Mohapatra to take the stage.
Namaskar, good afternoon to all of you. Ms. Sonali ji, Dr. Mithila, my co-panelists, very well-known faculty members from different colleges of Delhi University, dear students. One of the most significant challenges for a speaker is to deliver a lecture before lunch. one of the most significant challenges for the audience is to listen to a speech after lunch. So I will not give you, very philosophical, intellectual interlocution on world politics. For about 42 years, I have been watching, studying, reading, teaching, writing on various things happening around the world. So I'll just tell you in bullet forms some of the major changes that I have been watching in world politics in the last 20 years. That is the theme. It is a single Indian perspective, not India's perspective. It cannot be. One Indian has 3 opinions on any topic. So how can you have India's perspective, right? So very briefly, I'll tell you a series of developments that have taken place. And if you relate it to what you are taught in the class and what you read in the books, it will be a kind of wake-up call for you to take note. Number one, all of you must have heard about, read about, listened to about is the United States of America is a superpower in the world. After World War II, it was actually the only hyperpower in the world, and the world was truly unipolar, one center, for about 4-5 years. Because after World War II, the US was accounting for almost 50% of the global output. And it had the nuclear monopoly. It had played a great role in the Second World War. As time passed by, the US influence around the globe increased by many counts. But in the last 20 years, if you read important journals and magazines of the West, one of the dominant things has been decline of the United States. Some Americans said, well, we are not declining, others are rising. So it is relative decline. Because the European countries which were suffering from war-torn economies, dependent on the United States to revive their industrial activities, they came up. And when the Americans were fighting the Cold War with the former Soviet Union, the European countries were able to enhance their competitiveness in the world, and they were no longer dependent. So was the story about Japan. Right? So others rose, including India and China and South Korea and the Asian tigers. Right? In last 20 years, what has happened is the US, which was actually a relatively declining power, and other centers of power are emerging like China and India and North Korea, Iran, South Korea, middle class are coming up. So the US could not dictate things to all these countries anymore. But now the world has changed yet again, particularly after the Ukrainian war. Just before the Ukrainian war, the United States ran away from Afghanistan. I was talking about Afghanistan. For 21 years, the United States and the NATO, the most powerful military organization, were involved in Afghanistan, could not defeat Taliban. Taliban is back to power. But after the Ukrainian war, the United States, which apparently was losing the position of a leader, is back. It is able to build an alliance and impose unprecedented sanctions against Russia, more than 9,000 sanctions. Just before Joe Biden was the president, Donald Trump was the president. he used to make news through Twitter, information. And at that time, he did not give respect to the allies, like NATO or South Korea, Japan, undermined them. And in fact, NATO was facing a lot of credibility problems because they did not win the war in Afghanistan. But after the Ukrainian war, NATO has got a new lease of life. These two are major changes. Next is China. China has been dominating discourses on international politics for decades now. By the beginning of the century, as the Americans got involved up to the neck in Afghanistan because of 9/11 attack on the US, and spent about $1 trillion plus in apparently eliminating terrorism from Afghanistan. At that time, the Chinese were cleaning up in the international market. The Chinese economy galloped like a horse, unprecedented in global history, about a country and its economic rise so soon, so fast, so much, that today it is the #1 economy in the world in terms of purchasing power parity and #2 economic power in the world in terms of nominal GDP. And the Chinese piloted a beautiful theory which even the Indians also bought it for quite some time. Peaceful rise of China. It is no longer peaceful. It all happened during the last 20 years. They are flexing their military muscle, naval muscle in South China Sea. By putting sand into small atolls, they are making new islets. जो पानी में डूबा हुआ है, वो sand, मिट्टी, पत्थर डाल कर उसको ऊपर ला रहा है, and saying this is our territory. They are claiming an area in South China Sea which is as large as India. ये हमारा है. And all of you know what happened along the LAC. They are bulldozing, pressurizing, bribing, persuading, influencing small, big countries in very many ways. One of the ways has been what Manish said just now, the BRI, Belt and Road Initiative. You saw what happened in Sri Lanka. Hambantota port. They came to India, हमें port बनाना है. India said commercially not feasible. The Chinese were eyeing on that. They said हम बनाएंगे. Sign an agreement, build the port. And the Sri Lankans were not able to repay the loan. The Chinese came heavily and said, sign an agreement for next 99 years. China will run Hambantota. Did the same thing in so many other countries. They went to Ecuador. Ecuador was not having money. The Chinese gave the money. And when they could not repay the loan, they signed an agreement for 99 years. The Ecuadorian oil will be sold to China and only to China. This kind of stories they did everywhere. So in the initial years, China emerged as a country that had economic megaphone. And the entire world was trying to engage China for making money. The US, the European Union, ASEAN, even India, because China was an opportunity. Recently, in the last 20 years, China has become a challenge. The way I explain what they are doing, an opportunity becomes a challenge. It's a major change. We can have as many questions, as many debates on this issue. Number 3. You are the students of political science. In the classroom, your teacher must be telling what is a state, people, territory, government, sovereignty. The decade preceding 20 years, something surprising happened. I don't know how old were you in 1991. जब पैदा हुए थे हम लोग. That time इतिहास हमारे नाक के सामने बनी. The former Soviet Union had so much of military power, it could destroy the world many times over. But that military power could not protect the territorial integrity of the Soviet Union. It cracked up into 15 different republics. Take 10 साल के बाद, within the 20-year span, another miracle happened, negative miracle. 16 people, like you and me, went to the United States, got the training how to pilot a plane, used the plane, and they synchronized the attack on a few places. One was the symbol of power, Pentagon, military defense, the defense department of the US. The other one was the World Trade Center in New York. The plane was the missile, the fuel tank was the explosive, the bomb, and it ran into World Trade Center. So many people died. From then on, you must have read in the paper, watched on television, listened to your teachers about global war and terrorism. And in the middle of that, we found ISIS. Everywhere people talk about ISIS. Of course, before that, we Indians were experimenting terrible terrorism in Kashmir since 1989. In the last 20 years, today when I'm talking, the broad change is terrorism has been contained to some extent. Even if Taliban is back to power, Taliban is not able to promote the kind of terrorism that people were apprehensive about. Even in India, we thought after the rise of the Taliban, Kashmir will be destabilized yet again. That has not happened yet. ISIS is over. This is a major change in 20 years. Things can change again, we don't know. Another important development took place, all of you must have heard about it, is the Arab Spring. After the United States and the European societies were disturbed because of terrorism, I don't know what kind of policy was implemented. Some openly, some clandestinely, that most of the autocracies in the Arab world were dismantled because of Arab Spring. And today, we don't talk about Arabs coming to Mumbai to see rain. We don't talk about petrodollars and these guys are being delayed. Societies have been destabilized. Autocracies are in danger. Popular discontent is rising. Although the Ukrainian war is leading to a rise in the price of energy, even then, Middle East is no longer shining Middle East, or West East, in major change. One of the most significant changes that took place around us, again in the last 20 years, is India. In 1947, when India became independent, even pencil was imported from England. I remember as a child going to school and getting midday meal, milk powder, came from the United States under PL 480. Today, when people around the world look at India, they don't talk about the cows in the middle of the street in Delhi or the poverty-stricken Indians or the Bukhari. They look at a different India. Indians are more critical about India than the outsiders. It has become a nuclear weapon power. India is in the top 5 position of production of almost all the food items, grains, and even milk in the world. Not my data, not Narendra Modi government data. It is WHO data. There are people who will criticize India within India, but this is a fact. Why still there is hunger? That's a different issue. We can debate. But the fact remains that India is no longer moving around the world as a begging bowl for food. It had food crisis. In the 40s, 50s, 60s, we had a lot of famine, drought. It has changed. Now, today you must have taken note of our news. India's position is now 40 in the innovation index. We are familiar with the Human Index, right? Human Development Index. But this index is by World Intellectual Property Organization. Previously, India's position was 81, now it is 40. And when I compare it with the United States, it is so funny and so interesting. In the Human Development Index, the US position has gone down from 32 to 41. Cuba is a little above America. And some Americans are criticizing themselves, are we becoming a developing country? See the contrast, see the top. The way Narendra Modi conducted his diplomacy in SCO, everybody has opened up. The world is listening to India. Even our position on the Ukrainian war. India's emergence as a major power and a global player and an effective, confident nation is one of the mega changes that took place in the last 20 years. And we have to take note of that. Now, another major change that has taken place recently, of course, it affected each one of us. Just imagine a time you could not come to college, teachers could not teach, wherever you go, big mask. That was a pandemic. 100 years ago, there was a pandemic. In India, we lost 12 million people. 120 lakh Indian मर गए. Spanish flu. Today, if you look at India, when India gave 2 billion vaccinations in India and exported to 100 countries, what a major change. But at the same time, pandemic has affected international relations a great deal. Something that I repeat now every seminar I am going to tell you now. Soon after the pandemic began, with this phone, I made a 1.5 minutes video, and in a very sentimental way, not able to go out, sitting inside the home. In the video I say, the third World War has started. And this war is not between nation states, but between the humans and the non-humans. If this is not the time for the human beings to bury the hatchet and come together, fight to violence, when shall we learn as a civilization, human civilization? बस 10 दिन, 15 दिन, 1 महीना, 2 महीना, the whole dynamics changed. People talked about vaccine nationalism. I'll not name names. One country wanted to finance vaccine production in another country, saying it will be sold only in my country, not even in their country. अपना human nature आ गया ना सामने. Same competition. Developing world were deprived of the vaccines. In some of the countries, in Western countries, vaccines were stockpiled in millions. Then the sad thing is, about 1 billion students around the world, including all of you, would not go to school and colleges for so many months, or probably 2 years. The loss that we had academically impacted even the global movement of students, student mobility stopped. I don't have to go into the details. It stopped. There was a major change. And the economy that suffered, the industries were not functioning, supply chains were disrupted, even the remittances that came to India, large amount of foreign exchanges, that could not come. Of course, television में आपने देखा होगा migrant laborers का क्या plight. But 6 million Muslims in 6 million Indians, of course, large amount of them were Muslim population, who went to Gulf, making a lot of money and sending money back home. Even they became unemployed. So the remittances could not come. Some of them came back to India. Unemployment was already there. And there are so many other dimensions of the economic impact of the pandemic. That impact is still there. But not normally. But just inching towards normalcy and Vladimir Putin put a break and attacked Ukraine. Right? But now, if you realize after 4-5 years, when people like me will analyze what happened, the impact of the pandemic on the global order will be much less than what happened in Ukraine. And why is that? Give you one example. Now, many countries in Asia and elsewhere are debating अगर यूक्रेन के पास एक बम होता, Vladimir Putin would not have invaded Ukraine. In other words, even countries like Japan and South Korea and Taiwan, who at one time tried to develop their own nuclear weapons, they don't have faith in the extended nuclear umbrella that the Americans have given to them. Trust has come down. And this particular incident in Ukraine has now refined nuclear weapons as an important aspect of international politics and international warfare. So it's a very big change. After the demise of the Soviet Union, the two superpowers, they signed many agreements and they tried their best to ensure that nuclear weapons is not branded as a weapon for war. But now, unfortunately, it is now back. I'll not be surprised if in the near future you're going to have further nuclear proliferation. A Japan, a South Korea can go nuclear in a very short notice. There are others who have all the wherewithal to make the bomb, but they are under pressure, they are not making it. We do not know what's going to happen. It is yet another major change. And of course, what Governor Saab said is another important thing. Of course, it frightened all of us a little bit. The mobile phone, it can be our dushman, and this is true. But if you see the other side, information technology has led to social media, and because of the proliferation and expansion of social media, each one of you can create your own news. Tweet kar diya, Facebook डाल दिया, uncontrollable. There is no governance. Nobody can control. Some nations are trying the best but not able to. In the process, what will happen is somebody sitting in Nicaragua can target an audience in Maitreyi countries. And that guy who's sitting in Nicaragua may not be the dushman of India. He could be a guy who has got $300,000 from Beijing. Right? So, this information technology in a way is a big boon. अगर ये नहीं होता, during the pandemic, the online classes नहीं होते, and you would not have been able to listen to the Americans yesterday. इसका फायदा भी है, but इसका danger भी है. And the enemy is not visible. The terrorists were hiding, but even then you could point out कहाँ बम गिरा था, कौन खरीदा, क्या किया. But इसमें what do you do? You cannot. This is a change that is going to affect international politics in a very big way. And information is going to be analyzed, interpreted in so many ways that you will be confused. At least I am confused about certain things. Give you just one example. Narendra Modi ji went to SCO and he said, this is not the era of war. Immediately the Western media picked it up. Oh, Modi has altered the position. He has reprimanded Putin and said, it's not the era of war. Then this Lavrov, who was foreign minister, comes and says, Modi has not changed his position on Ukraine. Same statement, multiple interpretation. And it is carrying more meaning today than it would have been in the past. In the past, वो article लेके हम footnote करते हैं, तब article लिखे. But now you and me know, because of social media, information overload, right? And this is the change that is going to be uncontrollable. And here, each one of you can become a foot soldier, right? Like this list that I gave you just now, I have another 3 million, but I know that all of you are hungry. So I'll stop it here, and we can have a little conversation between us and you. And I thank you for your attention.
Sir, the word thank you will not be enough for you. Children, please stop them. They have to be seated. Sir, we introduced you when we said that, you're an institution in yourself. And Nikita said it over here in the introduction, and she is actually so true. And sir, what else that the chair itself is taking notes of your lecture. So, इससे बड़ी और क्या बात हो सकती है? Sir, तीसरी चीज. Sir, Chintamani sir has taught, mentored, supervised many known and unknown students. Sir, I am your one unknown student. So, and our relation, I think, goes back to 7-8 years back. And you don't know me, but of course, you are a stalwart in international relations, in global politics. So, sir, you were the one who came for my viva in PhD thesis. And that is how my relation goes back to you, that point. So, sir, thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for accepting our invite and coming over here and enlightening our students on the changing dynamics of the global politics and the single Indian. Sir, single Indian का बहुत strong voice है international relations और global politics में. So, thank you for enlightening us on that. Thank you so much, sir.
So I'll just continue with what Mithila ma'am has said. I was transported, sir, Professor Mahapatra, I was transported 28 years back into SIS classrooms. And I thank you so much for, I got this sense of deja vu. I've been there, I have been listening to you. So, and I'm sure there are so many undergrad students here that are going to be inspired to apply to the School of International Studies. That was really a wonderful wrap-up. I'll take 2 minutes to give the chairperson's comments before opening the floor to, I'm sure, the thousands of questions that are there. I have rarely seen a panel which is so well integrated. We had Colonel Sir starting with information warfare and telling all of us that yes, all of us are soldiers. So soldier is telling you that all of you need to be soldiers. He spoke about important things like party line. And if I have to use 2 words to wrap up what Sir said, it is nation first. So he very, very relevant to global politics, sir, and brought forth this whole concept of what you people have to do in order to take care of yourself, your families, and your nation. So thank you so much, sir. And a huge round of applause in fact for the entire panel. A huge round of applause. And Professor Manish took it up by telling us the importance of China and Afghanistan, how Afghanistan is important to China and how we must study. I think the one line, sir, that your talk, if I have to condense it into, it would be that we have to study China. We have to know our adversaries. And of course, I've already spoken about Professor Mahapatra, and I hope all of you make a beeline for SIS now. I am opening the floor for how many minutes do we have, Mithila ma'am, for questions?
Yes,
we have time?
3 minutes.
Yeah, okay. So we'll take a couple of questions.
Sir, my question to Mr. Colonel sir. Sir, we as an audience are very privileged. We as an audience are very privileged to have you, and your articulation on the topic is very much convincing. Thank you, sir. Sir, my question to you, sir, does India need a new national security strategy like that of France, US, China, and recently Pakistan has also published its NSS. So my question to you, sir.
What we need is, we need to update and upgrade our policies. Everything is in place. India is not in shambles. If you go out and look at India, what our first astronaut said, it is सारे जहाँ से अच्छा. But having said that, there are a lot of loose ends that we need to tie. And that is why I am here. Being a soldier, I got no business coming to a college like this. But certainly the battle has now changed the form, and people of your stature, people from the think tank that is in the heart of the country, they need to come up, hold the hands of not only the military men, you need to hold the hands of bureaucrats, you need to hold the hands of politicians and give them a direction. And I see, I am a very good student, I respect all teachers. I say if one, एक जो community है जो पूरे देश को बदल सकता है हमारे teachers. The day the teachers decide that the country has to change, no power can stop. And that was one reason I said I am the academically the least qualified person to be sitting here. I call myself 12 pass because I did my graduation from National Defence Academy. But teachers are the ones, if they know the way and they show the way, because everybody, सब लोगों ने यहाँ से जाना है. टीचर से कोई छूटेगा नहीं, चाहे वो प्राइमरी स्कूल में पढ़ रहा है, चाहे वो ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन कर रहा है, कॉलेज में जा रहा है. There is one teacher who is a graduate and above, and if they understand the requirement, what you said, we don't need to come up with anything new. We need to update it, upgrade it, and as my co-panelist said, it is a dynamic process. Every 2 years, 3 years, we'll have to have addendums coming to our policy. That's it.
Excuse me.
My question is to Manish sir. Sir, I wanted to ask that despite India having started early to build trust with the neighbors, like in Afghanistan also India did a lot of infrastructure projects. So now China is trying to make its hold strong in Afghanistan. So what you also highlighted that India is having limited choices in such scenario because China wants to entry to Afghanistan in any way. So what are those limited choices? If you could just highlight.
Can you take all the questions first? We have another question from here. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I come from a family of teaching where everyone is into teaching field, so all respect to all of you. Second of all, I am from Redwall, so huge respect to Army person as well. My question now is because I come from a state which shares boundary with China, and now China has very, growing influence either in South China Sea or either we see, in global politics to now involvement in Afghanistan, then connection with Russia. All these international events definitely leads us to a question that have been in my mind for like past 5 to 6 years. That is, what is India's outlook to take its territory back? Are we planning to take Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir and China back anytime soon? This is my question to you, sir.
Good afternoon. My question is to Professor Chintamani Mahapatra. I just wanted to know what is the status of Russia? Do you see Russia today as a declining power or a smart power in the international arena?
I think it's a very interesting question because the way India responded was something which came as a surprise to us also initially. We were not possibly expecting, possibly there could have been say some inputs regarding the change which was going to happen. But it came as a shock to India as well. And one of the reasons why India had to immediately come out of Afghanistan, including closing our own embassy. Having said that, India has a very strong, say, traditional ties with Afghanistan. We all have heard, say, Rabindranath Tagore's story of Karbala. So we all have grown. And this is exactly how Afghans also think about it. So irrespective of there is a change in regime, the people of Afghanistan still have great affection towards us. Indian movies are very popular, Indian television serials are very popular, And throughout the last 2 decades, despite the US presence, India had heavily invested in developing infrastructure. In fact, we talk about the Salma Dam, the Parliament building in Afghanistan. So we have been able to exert a lot of soft power in Afghanistan. Many of the and I think we should continue to do that. Gradually we are moving in that direction. There is a good number of Afghan students who are now in various universities in India. There was some amount of initial anxiety amongst them also as to what would happen. But gradually now you will see that most of them are staying. They are either offered scholarships, fellowships to continue with their studies and all. So I think that's the beginning of a process. So soft powers. Apart from that, India will have to talk to its allies. Don't forget old ties with Russia. Right? So you have interlocutors. So I think the best judgment could be made more at a policy level. You will have to define what your interests are. Our interests are very simple, right? We have to grow our relationship with the people of Afghanistan, right? Irrespective of whether the Taliban is there or whosoever, right? But I think the people of Afghanistan is one. The second is we need to counterweigh the growing Pakistani presence in Afghanistan. That is very, very important. Because that concerns us. We should also be keeping a watch on developments. If there are groups which are operating on behalf of our border, right? Their activities which possibly could impact on us. So I think these are some of our interests, right? Which we have to pursue. I think no Indian government will give some amount of legitimacy to Taliban. So that is for sure. But yes, there are ways and means in which India can help.
The military comment. First about Russia, after the disintegration of the Soviet Union, Russia was kicked off as a major power by the Americans and by the Europeans. Within Russia, there was one group of people who wanted to orient themselves to the Western countries, America, Europe. When Washington and Brussels did not listen to them, they gravitated towards Asia. But since 2008 onwards, Russia has returned as a geopolitical actor that nobody can ignore. What they did in Georgia, militarily intervened and recognized 2 separating units. The US could not do anything. In 2015, they annexed Crimea. The US could not do anything about it. If Putin would have been satisfied with the Donbass area, where the Russian population is pretty large, things could have been different. These sorts of sanctions probably would not have come. And Putin was going in the right way. But somehow, his assessment of Ukraine's strength and the determination of the West to fight back was not proper, that he has learned, that he has seen. It was adventurous on his part to go out to Kiev and then come back and then do something in Kharkiv and other areas. But when you think about Russia as an actor, is it a declining power? You see, at the moment, Russia is facing tremendous amount of constraint. No single country faced. Running a war in Ukraine in the face of so much of sanctions and a united West for 7-8 months is not a joke. That shows the resilience of the Russian power. Science and technology, Russia is very good. Militarily, it is the second most powerful country in the world, even now. because the only country which can threaten the physical existence of the United States happens to be Russia, not China, right? And in terms of their military assemblies, their missile power, their nuclear weapon arsenal, they are really powerful. The natural resources in Russia is an envy of many countries. Russia is also an energy producer. We have seen what Russia did to Europe, just by cutting off the gas. Now the Europeans are facing dire problem. They're worried about coming winter, right? So Russia is a power, will continue to be as a power, but in terms of economic capability, of course it's nothing. Our GDP is larger than Russia, right? Italy's GDP is larger than Russia. So the US is much better economically, but Russia can give a match militarily, and it will continue as an influential actor into the future. The only sad thing that can happen, if the Americans push them to a corner, they will fall in the lap of the Chinese. That will be not good for anyone in the world. So there is a fear that at the moment Xi Jinping will influence Putin more because of the economic capability that they have. About POK, देखो बच्चे, it's good that you are thinking like हमारा है जो 1947-48, when the first round of war took place, just imagine, maybe पता नहीं हुआ था. After a few months of the country becoming independent from 200 years of British rule, we had to fight a war because of these bloody idiots Pakistanis. We lost 1/3 of the territory, which is POK. So grand desire is to have POK back. But the reality is Pakistan has nuclear weapons. The reality is there are extremist elements in Pakistan. We pray they don't come to power and control the nuclear weapons. They can go haywire. So it should not be, in my view, a war with Pakistan to take back POK. There are so many other ways of getting it. The best thing is try to win the war without fighting. There are ways that can be done, but in a public forum, I should not say this. Thank you.
I will answer the military part of it. See, now I am running my company and we talk in terms of return on investment. What is the ROI that you are getting? And what Professor Chintamani has just said. There are ways to win the war, and information dimension is, what if POK people say we want to come and join India? We can create those conditions, but all the young people sitting here, we are all looking for quick fix solutions. Since I am a teacher of information warfare, we must learn to operate in grey zone. Grey zone means we would like to see the world black and white. ये अच्छा है, ये खराब है, ये rich है, ये poor है. But the world is grey. China, you can't say it is black or white. It is grey. Pakistan is grey, darker shade of grey. US is sometimes white, sometimes black, but most of the time it is grey. So the day we understand and where do Indian interests lie, Indian interests lie in the upliftment and upgradation of the population of India, and psychologically applying so much of pressure on the population of PNK that they are willing to join India. I was in Ethiopia, Eritrea. Every Ethiopian and Eritrean is saving money to go to America. They have not been to America, but they have the psychological mindset that मुझे अमेरिका जाना, मुझे यहाँ नहीं. We can create those conditions. And I went to All India Radio. There is an external services division which is supposed to be transmitting, broadcasting into the neighboring countries. I asked them a simple question. I said, do you do Pakistan bashing? They said, no sir, we do India share. So that is the thought that I want to leave you with. What Akbar and Birbal said कि इस लाइन को आपने छोटा करना है बिना मिटाए, उसके साथ ही बड़ी लाइन खींच दिया, वो अपनी लाइन अपने आप छोड़ दिया. So if we are able to psychologically win the enemy, there is no need to fight. That's it.
Just one advice to all of you, and that advice is for me also. As students of international relations, we should distinguish between the people and the government. Pakistani people, Chinese people are like us. Problem होता है सरकार का. We have to be careful about that. Secondly, whatever happens in any corner of the world affects us even individually. So you are lucky that you are students of political science. If you remain so, you will know the universe, you will know the world. Most welcome to SIS. Apply for your. Thank you.
Well, my sincere thanks to all of you and sincere thanks to Sonali Jitalkar also. Children, yesterday Principal Ma'am, in a conversation with Principal Ma'am was saying that, the guests have come and they were appreciating the students of Maitreyi College. That they are so disciplined, so well behaved in the entire conference, the way they were sitting, and the chief was highly appreciative of it. And Principal Ma'am has conveyed this appreciation through me. So a big round of applause to all of you. Thank you everyone. The lunch is waiting, and for the valedictory, please be over here by 3. Okay? By 2:45 you have to be here. Okay? Thank you. You're also the speaker?
Hello? Hello? Yes, you can start. Okay, good afternoon students and the faculty members and the members who are sitting here. My topic of the presentation is the contemporary challenges to Indian foreign policy, and I will be talking about what are the various challenges that we have and what are the prospects that we can have if we look at the different foreign policy perspective. If you remember the world in 21st century after the Cold War, we do have different kind of changes which have brought in the field. So there have been various challenges, if you can remember, like we talk about environmentalism. There were different challenges related to terrorism, environmentalism. We did have different kind of poverty crisis. We also have different kind of human rights issues. So we do have different kind of problems. We do have different kind of challenges post-Cold War period. Now, if I would like to take an example here, during the Cold War, there were two. One of the important challenges, if all of you should know, is United States. How are we going to maintain good relationship with United States of America? It is very important. As we know, in today's time, US is playing a hegemon role. So the first challenge for India is how are we going to build good relationship with USA? That's again a very important point. Another very important challenge, however, is with China. Now when I talk about China, we do know that China is a competitor. We did have lot of border issues. We did have lot of ideological conflict when it comes to China. So Japan and Russia are also the two other countries wherein we feel that there are different kind of challenges. So if I talk about the challenges of 21st century, it is very important to know how are we going to engage South Asian politics, okay? That is very important. Looking at the problems of, as I told you, poverty, human rights, we do have environmental concerns, we have the problem of terrorism, which is again an important challenge. If you go back and see what happened in 9/11, you will be amazed how all economies of the world were shaken, and Bush have given this important aspect that we collectively have to fight against the ideology of terrorism, which have been a major challenge for for the international politics. Again, a very important challenge which we look at the point is the environmental issues, the existing human rights violation. Again, it's a very important challenge for the international community. So, however, I won't be going into deep analysis because I do have a very less time. I would like to tell you many initiatives have happened at the international level, whether we talk about disarmament, whether we talk about CPD. All of you must be remembering that India was not party to any of them, right? India had an independent stand. And India was very clear that we should have a non-partial policy that will not be focusing on the neutral perspective was also one of the important framework. So the prospects, this is a very important question, that how are we going to look at our foreign policy after you know these are the challenges. Now important point is, how are we going to look at this? What are the different solutions to this? So the different solution, one of the important solution is, we need international collaboration. Unless and until we do not have the international collaboration, unless and until the countries come together to find a solution, we cannot come out of these challenges. Please understand that. Because these challenges are global in nature. It is not domestic. It is not a matter of India. It is also the matter of international perspective. So international community have to fight together. They have to collaborate. We have to make our democracy stronger. You know, democratic values need to be promoted. We need to democratize our international institutions. This is also one of the important prospects, right? After we know that these are the set of challenges, we need to have different prospects. How are we going to go in the direction of making foreign policy viable? Next important point is, it is very important that we should have good, friendly relation with our neighbors. That is very important. You know, we have problem with China, we do have problem with Pakistan. If you remember, Pakistan did have war with us, even with China, right? So that has been a major aspect. And India is trying to build good relations with them. So one of the key prospects that we have to look and take into account is, how are we going to make our neighbor-friendly stronger? How are we going to bring countries together? Now, for example, I give you one of the examples. If you remember what happened during COVID-19, right? COVID-19 was not the problem which was an Indian problem. It had roots at the international level, if you all remember, right? International community came together to find a solution to actually prevent its spread, if you remember, right? So one of the important prospects that we can look towards is, what is the role of international community? Number one. What is the role of people in international engagement? Number two. Number three, what kind of treaties and agreements do we need to build this kind of relationship? Number four, how are we going to solve those problems which are not domestic in nature but which have a global issue? Thank you so much. And
I am dealing with Central Asia. India is redefining relationship with Central Asia right after 2012, but I will be giving a brief description and brief historical background of Central Asia and India's history. My friend has already given a brief history of Central Asia right at the first session itself. So I will be quick on the historical dimensions of Central Asia. So what I have done is that I have seen Central Asia as a region which has been undermined by foreign influence right from the last century, 20th century, and before that in 19th century. It was an area where foreign countries were cashing out on the natural resources which we had. And for India also, the similar situation was there when it got independence in 1947. So both, we can see the similarity between Central Asia and India. India also saw the India saw the brunt of sudden withdrawal of Britain, which devastated and broke the thin lines of communal harmony. When India gained independence, it was divided not only in terms of geopolitical boundaries of East and West Pakistan, it was also fractured on countless levels, from social, psychological, emotional, and the impacts of which still looks large on current socio-economic aspects of India. Likewise, Central Asian region has been a melting pot of nations. However, just after the collapse of Soviet regime, it had a sense of power vacuum in the region. Right after 1991 to 1996, power vacuum was created where only one party was ruling. We can say that one party came in all the 5 regions of Central Asia, and which had more of a negative impact on the region. We know that in the history, Central Asian region has been a playground of a great game, which means that foreign powers, the great powers, are coming to the region and extracting its resources and selling them to other regions, leaving the Central Asian region as a poorer nation. Same thing happened after 1991 to 1996, when we call it new great game, which means resource extraction, disturbing democratic and demographic stability. Disintegration of former Soviet Union once again unleashed a race for control and dominance of Central Asia by all: Russia, China, Iran, Afghanistan, Britain, and the US. The dominance over the use by massive hydrocarbon and other strategic minerals like uranium found in the Central Asian region also disturbed the demographic and democratic stability. So, during that time, after the collapse of Soviet Union, what we can see that in Russia, Yeltsin comes to power, and he starts the policy of neoliberalism. Which means that Russia tries to connect with the other regions of the world. It tries to globalize, privatize, and so on. But the Central Asian region also tried to imitate that. However, the impact was negative. Rapid globalization after the collapse of Soviet political economic system in 1990-1991 led to negative trends during the first half of 1990s, resulting in a decrease in living standard and increase in economic inequality. And it also had differential impact on the region. Each 5 countries had a different impact of globalization. Like Kazakhstan, which was well endowed with substantial oil reserves and the rare earth minerals, it has a significant economic advantage. However, Turkmenistan followed the isolationist policy. Kyrgyzstan focused on liberal reforms, became the first former Soviet republic to join WTO, and due to its high population density, Uzbekistan, the government chose a more gradual approach to privatization. Data from the World Bank shows that Tajikistan during 1990s lost 2/3 of its GDP. Turkmenistan lost about half of its GDP. Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan about 2/5 of its GDP. And additionally, there was major drop in individual earning in comparison to former Soviet standards. The time to 1990 also saw a lack of regional alliance. In 1997, it was only after ADB, Russian Development Bank split, as well as the power of Russia, China, and Europe, CAREC, Central Asian Regional Economic Cooperation, was formed. But even after 20 years, in 2018, the WTO report says that there are inefficiencies related to complicated tariff structure, custom procedures, cabotage, and other rules and procedures inhibiting the smooth logistics within and with the other regions of the country, like China, Russia, and the Europe. And moreover, they also lack, the people of Central Asia also lack skills and personnel with responsible authorities. These all data are from the WTO report. So, what we can see that India has also approached Central Asia. It already has a historical ties of Buddhism, Ashokan Empire. We can talk about Islamic traditions which are coming from Central Asia to Afghanistan to India. And it was after British rule the scenario has changed. After independence, India's relationship was dominated with Soviet friendship. Like the 5 Central Asian region were under the Soviet regime. So India does not have a specific relationship with Central Asian region. It had an economic and political relationship with Soviet Russia. The post-Soviet space occupied by India's dwindling policies towards the West, the USA. After Soviet decline, India's foreign policy shifted back to the US, and what we can see that focus shifted from Asia to Atlantic region. But India's impediments towards building a good foreign relation, either with Central Asia and other countries, saw its own internal impediments, like it has a BOP crisis in 1991-92, it has issues with terrorism, like 1993 Mumbai bomb blast, 1999 hijacks, 9/11, 2001 attacks on the parliament, and also has an unstable democratic polity like from 1996 to 1998 we have 2 or 3 government, pre-Vajpayee government, it was pretty unstable. So in the words of J.N. Dixit, who was the former foreign secretary of NSA, India must be more active in associating with new economic cooperation and regional security arrangements which are being initiated by Central Asian republics. So to counter, India started 2012 Connect Central Asia policy, which was mainly through the multilateral forums like SCO, Eurasian Economic Community and Custom Union. Multi-sectoral cooperation was began. Additionally, however, after 2015, there again a shift in policy approach by India has been taken because of rise of China, because of the energy geopolitics from China to Central Asia to Europe. FDI, China became the major source of FDI. Again, the Ukrainian crisis which came again in this year. So India, India in this year it has signed a new agreement which can be mentioned as first India Central Asia Summit. It was held virtually in January 2022. So it has now focused from it is seen Central Asia as a region where we can connect through cultural and civilization linkages. India has established Central Asia Parliamentary Forum because since India is the largest democracy in the world, it can make significant contribution to the legislative and governance reform of Central Asian region. It has also started to sample process for security cooperation, capacity building and human resource development. It is giving scholarship for studying in Central Asia and India Central Asia Investment Club. So major focus has been on strengthening the community of Central Asian countries as well as countering China's policy towards Central Asia. Thank you.
So we have our third speaker, Amresh Kumar Sinha.
Hi everyone, and there is no chair, but yes, chairs are there. Hello ma'am. Thank you. Yeah, I'm Maitreyi Kumar Sinha, research scholar. He's a research scholar in Jawaharlal University Science. Thank you for organizing this marvelous seminar, Indian Perspective on Global Politics. My paper is the perspective and paradigm of Indian soft power in the changing scenario of 21st century. As what we have listened since the morning, that there are so many hard power, we are talking about the things that the military power and the cyber security, these all things. Yes, we geopolitically we are in a position where our country positioned in a very geopolitically important region. So my perspective is talking about the soft power. Yes, the soft power where there is no question. We attract people through the love, through our value system. And India is a powerhouse. It's a huge powerhouse for the soft power, where we can attract the nation, we can attract the other people. There was a question in the previous session that students were asking, that how can we again have the Aksai or the territory what we have lost. The soft power has the only capacity, I can say the soft power has the only capacity to capture and to have our own territory what we have lost in the different time zone in the world. And we are talking about the 2 decades, the first 2 decades of the 21st century, and it is very recognizable things that this is the time when 9/11 happened. The first thing what changed the world is 9/11. And what was that? A non-state actor attacked the most powerful state of the world. United States of America attacked by the Taliban. And what we have seen, even the US recognized that the lackness, the scarcity of the democratic values were there. That's why these type of elements have been erupted on the soil of the Afghanistan. So what we should learn about the democracy. One of the greatest power after the Second World War, the United States of America is the flag bearer of democracy. But before the United States of America emerged on the global level, we had the democracy. No, Vaishali was the first democracy what the human history has seen. So we are the flag. We must have the flag bearer of the democracy. But what is very important in the world scenario is power determine the things. If you have the power, if you have the determination to spread your thoughts, spread your values, if you have determination to spread those things in the world, then you can be the power. Unfortunately, the colonial period, the ceasefire, and then the capitalism have captured the world, and we were the colony of Britain. I don't know why that country is still the Great Britain and the United States of America. Why not that the India? But yes, this is the responsibility of our generation. This is the responsibility of ours to make our country once great again. Because we had that potential. We have that potential to be. Because just think, what happened after the Second World War? US emerged as an important pole of the world, and democracy was the tool. Democracy was the tool to guide the entire globe. And after the 9/11 attack, the peace, the harmony, the love is going to be guide this 21st century, and the soft power will be the tool, and we are the master of that tool. If in the USA, in New York, or in Shanghai, or in Beijing, anybody wish to have peace of the mind, the first nation came in the mind is India. Why? Because we have ancestrally, historically, flag bearer of this type of value, love, peace, and harmony. So this is our duty, this is our potential to enhance these things and accept this challenge to make our country one of the most powerhouse for the soft power. Thank you all.
Okay, so we have our fourth speaker, Shilpi Ghosh.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shilpi Ghosh, currently a PhD research scholar for Center for African Studies, SISJU. Okay, so my topic is India-Africa relations in 21st century. I'll be reassessing the growing alliances and partnership between the two regions. Starting with my objective will be as we know, India is a very significant player when it comes to Africa, and it has a long history of goodwill. India and Africa both have been sufferers of colonialism. India, in a way, was an inspiration for Africa when in its decolonization movement. So from that historical background, the relationship between the two regions have grown massively. In 21st century, we see growing number of partnership and alliances between the two. In my presentation, I will cover the paradigm shift in the policy that India has brought in when it comes to the question of Africa relations. The question here to discuss about India and Africa relations is very crucial because in the terms of the trade tensions, the trade protectionism that is happening right now, the presence of the global powers like China, which is deepening in Africa, the topic becomes very crucial for India and us to discuss. However, India, despite these challenges, has been formulating its own policies, which is Indian model. Right now, in the clear framework for Indian Africa is Kampala principles, which I will discuss in my presentation. As I mentioned, post-independent India was a major source of inspiration for Africa decolonization movement. Jawaharlal Nehru, in his statement in 20th century, said what makes the 20th century most exciting is awakening of Africa. He said that India is bound to collaborate mutually with Africa and will collaborate such that they will mutually benefit. As a result of this commitment towards Africa, Afro-Asian Conference was held in Bandar in 1955 and resulted in the formation of non-alignment movement in 1961. Newly independent nations of Africa were excited to join NAM, and since then India has seen Africa as its priority. In 1962, this happily growing relation between India and Africa was paused due to Sino-Indian War, where most of the African nations did not support India, except some of them, Ethiopia or Tunisia. Then even India was not in the position, it was suffering financially, economically to stabilize due to wars. So the relation between the two regions was merely symbolic. Now, post-Sino-Indian War, India understood that it cannot merely play a role of peacemaker for Africa. If Africa needed more of developmental assistance from India, it needed material support, it needed military support from India. So, fresh round of diplomatic engagements began between the two regions. India also sent a delegation to Africa, which under Indira Gandhi in 1964. But the report which was presented by Mrs. Gandhi was not able to capture the whole scenario and what the challenges persisted. In 1960-65, there was a solid framework diplomatic engagement that again began between the two regions. One of the important programs which was launched, Indian Technical Economic Corporation in 1964, which was developed by India to help the developing countries. African nations also was crucially benefited from this program. Then later on from 1970s, various strategic alliances between the India and Africa were developed. Even Organization of African Union, very important organization for Africa, adopted a Lagos plan which revealed Africa's commitment towards Global South program and its commitment towards India. And there were small setbacks here and there, like the movement of Africanization or Indianization that that was related to for people, outsiders for Africa to move away from Africa. Now, the Cold War, in the 1990s, when we see Cold War, the major motto which connected India and Africa, which was the fight against racism, institutionalized racism, or the colonialism, it was now stopped because of South Africa getting independent, Namibia getting independent, most of the country getting independent in 1990s. So there was a change in the policy which after the Cold War, in which India engaged with Africa. But we can categorize 5 major guidelines in which India formulated policies, like encouraged economic cooperation, it engaged with the Indian origin people there, it engaged in preventing and combating terrorism and extremism, in maintaining peace and supporting the African Defence Forces. There was also gradual change in how Africa perceived India. Now, the institutionalization of India and Africa relation came with All India African Forum Summit, which was held in 2008. It was a great summit because it brought a structural change in the relation between India and Africa. The 2008 summit ended with Delhi Declaration, which focused on how India will support Africa's skill development and capacity building. It was important times when major global powers like US, China were emphasizing their keen interest in Africa. The second summit happened in 2011, subsequent 2015. 2015 summit is important because it was the largest gathering of African leaders in Indian soil. And COVID-19 pandemic, later on all the forum summits were cancelled out. Now, economic partnerships also have been immense important for India when it comes to Africa. In the 17th conclave happened, CII, Exim Bank, our External Affairs Minister, Mr. Jaishankar, had pointed out that India is among the top 5 investors in Africa. The investment in 1996 was $73.9 billion, but it has rose to $89.5 billion in 2021. Initiatives like Focus Africa, T9 initiative, duty-free Africa, duty-free tariff schemes are important for promoting trade. But there is one aspect that I should note, that India is still importing more when it comes to Africa. India imports $49 billion, but exports only $40 billion. This is due to the purchasing of oil, which India does with Nigeria, Botswana, Angola. So this is a misbalance which happens. There are various development partnerships which India has taken with Africa, like it is building railways, hospitals, and one of the important irrigation projects. It was due to irrigation help of a project of India that Senegal rice production rose by 6-fold. There are various scholarship programs which also India has taken up. 50,000 scholarship program was announced in 3rd India-African Summit, and 32,000, as I'm talking now, has been given. Study in India campaign is also taken up to lure African students towards India. But objectively, we see that the number of African students is still declining in India, because the curriculum which India has for African students is not suitable for, is not job oriented according to them, and some of them also face racial and cultural abuse when it here. Then one of the other important initiative is PAN e-network, which was an initiative launched by former President Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam in his visit to Africa in 2004. It was an initiative to provide a seamless satellite and wireless network to Africa. It was basically for improving education and healthcare system in Africa through tele-education, telemedicine, like initiatives like E-Vidya Bharati, E-Arogya Bharati. Then India is focused on helping Africa to reach its SDG goals. Africa also has helped India in various international platforms, and even due to COVID-19 we saw there were various vaccine and pharmaceutical supplies that were given to Africa. Now coming to clean energy initiatives, like we recently saw Project Cheetah, which Namibian government had donated to Africa. It's also an important example of the relationship which we have with Africa. Now coming to the 2018 Kampala principles, which were formulated in 2018 by our Prime Minister Mr. Narendra Modi in his visit to Uganda. The Kampala principles are a set of 10 principles which are clear framework which India is using in 21st century when it comes to relation with Africa. Like India is focused on giving priority to Africa. The developmental initiatives that India is taking will always focus on Africa and will work to improve its local capacities. Indian markets are open for Africa. India will help in bringing digital revolution in Africa. It will also help in improving agriculture, as we know 60% of world's arable land is in Africa, but only 10% of it is of the agriculture output is coming from Africa. So India is helping in developing irrigation projects there. It is also helping in mitigating the climate issues there. It is helping in combating terrorism, extremism. Also, one of the important is oceans are kept open for African nations to benefit. Then India urges global powers to work together and not make Africa a land of education or extremism, but help in fulfilling the local aspirations. And India and Africa will work together to bring out just and representative and democratic society. In conclusion, I would want to say India has focused on global development, and it says that global development will only come when global south develops. So the Indian and African relations becomes very crucial for that. One of the statements in Swahili, which Mr. Modi said in his 2018 visit, Anai Hila Hidi Tufedi, which means one who makes additional effort will profit. So India is going above and beyond when it comes to Africa's relation. But there are some challenges, like the projects that it is taking is unachievable sometimes, and the project completion and disbursement are not on time. But India is evaluating and re-evaluating its plan, and also is engaging diaspora to take more projects and in less in very cost-effective manner. And India is committed for zero tolerance when it comes to racism or any harm to African citizens here in India. Thank you.
At lunch will be feeling very sleepy, and those who couldn't have lunch, please go ahead and have your lunch. In line with the plan of the conference, we are having parallel sessions. This is one of those rare events where at a college level, close to 70 papers were presented, and we are a team of 11 faculty here and close to 40-45 volunteers from students. But especially today, I would like to highlight that the quality of papers by paper presenters, my fellows from JU, was really good. So I congratulate all of you. But you have a very ethical responsibility on you as paper presenters. Just presenting an idea is not enough in academics. You have to publish it. We are expecting your full-length papers as soon as possible, latest by 5th of October. Okay? So on behalf of the Department of Political Science, the organizing team and Maitreyi College, I thank all of you for coming here and gracing us with your wisdom. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I hope I'm audible to everybody. Thank you so much for joining all of us in the valedictory session of the two-day international conference on Indian perspectives on global politics, analyzing the first 2 decades of the 21st century. It's been a truly enriching experience for the students and for the faculty members of the Department of Political Science. We've been completely overwhelmed by the response that we've got from other department colleagues, students, from the constant help that we got from our student volunteers, and of course, we are extremely obligated to our principal, Dr. Haritma Chopra, for her guidance. Thank you, all of you. If it were not for your constant presence, this first ever international conference would not have reached a successful culmination. Thank you so much. I take great pleasure in introducing our panel for the valedictory session. It's an extremely intimate panel because each one of them have a very close association with Maitreyi College and with the Department of Political Science. Unfortunately, the chief guest, Mr. Shavendra Singh, has not been able to join us. He's an advocate on record with Supreme Court, and I believe, as all of us are familiar, lawyer's life is a tough life. So unfortunately, he could not make it in time from Supreme Court. Nonetheless, I'm sure his presence would be compensated by the panelists. Of course, our heartfelt welcome to our principal, Dr. Haritma Chopra. I don't think the department has enough words to thank you for the way you have guided us in the organization of this international conference, and it's because of this that all of us have now got the encouragement to think of such academic endeavors in the future as well. I think as women, a lot of us have to overcome the path of being able to think of something because, you know, daira hamara कई बार इतना सीमित हो जाता है, and I feel our principal has really helped us to push the understanding of what all we can achieve and instill confidence in all of us. A big round of applause for us. We also have with us Mr. Vaibhav Srivastav, Chairperson, Governing Body, Maitreyi College, University of Delhi. Thank you so much, sir, for taking time out and joining us. He completed his engineering in 2011 and has worked with a wide range of multinational corporations, from Oracle to Sapient, with an experience of more than 10 years in the corporate sector. He has been awarded by President of India for social contribution with organization Bharat Scouts and Guides. He has worked with Ministry of Education, Delhi government, as a member education task force. He has formed policies on teacher and principal training and curriculum. Some of his notable work includes strengthening school management committees and developing curriculum on happiness and Desh Bhakti, which is a flagship initiative by the government of Delhi. We're really fortunate to have you on this. Thank you so much. We also have with us very special member, our teacher in charge, Mr. Yogesh Chaurasya. He's been like this silent presence जिन्होंने हमेशा प्रोत्साहन करा हमारा, and मैं समझती हूँ कि कुछ लोग ऐसे होते हैं कि वो जब आपका समर्थन करते हैं तो वो बिल्कुल सामने आते हैं तो आप उनको देख पाते हैं, कुछ लोग ऐसे होते हैं जो कि पीछे से आपका हौसला बढ़ा के रखते हैं, आपको पूरा प्रोत्साहन देते हैं. Mr. Yogesh Chaurasya did that for the Department of Political Science. Thank you so much. And of course, the senior most member of our department, Associate Professor Dr. Kiran Pandey. I think we've reached that stage that for all of us now, Dr. Kiran Pandey is like a mentor. मुझे लगता है कि कई बार if I have any doubt, any problem, any one of us has felt, we've always sort of latched on to her to guide us through a difficult moment. She's sort of the cement that brings the entire department together. so much for being the glue to the political science department. And we don't have them on stage, but of course, Dr. Maitreyi Bagai, senior lecturer, senior assistant professor, Department of Political Science. Thank you so much. She could skillfully bring amalgamation of different ideas together, give them a coherent form, and enable this two-day international conference to take place. Again, I think she's also played a very important role in helping us broaden our understanding of what all we can achieve. So एक तरीके से प्रोत्साहन इन्होंने भी हमारा बहुत सारा किया है. Thank you so much. And the co-convener, Mr. Shubkirti, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Maitreyi College. Thank you so much, sir. I would now request our principal to please felicitate the chairperson. The painting has been made by students of Maitreyi College. I would request the principal ma'am to please share a few words with us.
Thank you, Nikita. Very good afternoon to one and all who are present here. I'm sure this is a very informal meeting, right? Because though we are because last 2 days were very enriching, I'm sure everybody must have enjoyed being a part of this international conference. And today when we all have assembled for the validatory function. So it is not mainly to talk about what the theme was and why this theme was chosen, because these were the aspects which were dealt in detail during the inaugural session. Because then the purpose was to make all our participants, delegates, provide them with a platform so that they are made to think out of the box, and maybe that engages them in some deliberations. So I hope you all were actively participating in all these things, and today when the time has come when we are towards the culmination, so it has to be the other way round, because it should not be a monologue. Inaugural was a monologue, with the people who were sitting on the dais were speaking and you all were listening. But this is the time when I feel that the people who are on the dais would be listening, and we would be very eager to hear out from our participants, our delegates, our students, that what is their takeaway from this conference. This is one important thing. And I also take this opportunity to extend a very warm welcome to our chairperson, because this is the session which is being presided by him, and therefore you yourself are part of this, so you are also a host with us, because the session is being presided. And I just take this opportunity to congratulate the entire political science department. When I think entirely, all teachers, all students, because this is always a collective effort. It cannot be, though we always write that so and so is the convener, he is co-convener. They were leading the whole, we'll say, the group, because you all were there. You were there as a support, and that is why it could achieve this success. And I was very happy, and I was feeling so proud of you all because when I interacted with all the delegates who were present yesterday during the inaugural session, then during the when we were interacting over high tea followed by lunch. So these are the actually when we organize these conferences, and in India this was one of the emphasis which was laid, that during whenever in India a conference is organized, the equal focus, we always we are very careful about choosing the topic, inviting the speakers, but at the same time we take utmost care in managing the or in taking care of the hospitality. What would be the menu of high tea or lunch, even those things are discussed at length because we want to be a perfectionist at every corner. And this is what was reflected during yesterday also. People were very much appreciated, and the most important compliment that I received was, let it be, maybe because when I talk about delegates, we had delegates from, the delegates included faculty members from different colleges of University of Delhi. And the one important compliment which I received from everyone was that we have never seen such disciplined students who are not only disciplined but at the same time they were very interactive also. So they were engaging themselves in all discussions, and I said this is what the future of India is. And I think your presence, the way you have, all of you have conducted during these 2 days is a reflection of what the essence of your conference was, because it was Indian perspectives on global politics. In fact, after the inaugural session, I was rethinking on this because one of our speakers, he commented that when we talk about Indian perspective of global politics and Indian perspective on global politics, these are two different things. And actually I was very touched by this thing, and I was just thinking on these lines, maybe throughout while I was engaged in doing other tasks. But I was thinking, yes, a simple word, being off and on, how much difference this can make. Because if what my understanding is, or what is my takeaway from this conference is that when I was talking, we were thinking that how the Indian politics, what we are thinking or what we foresee as how is the world politics is being taken place, and what is the role of India, and what India thinks of. Initially my vision was this, but after the conference I was thinking that maybe I need to think on that how the ethos of Indian culture can influence the world politics so that everybody looks up to us. When we talk about Vishwa Guru, Guru is a person at whom we always look at with respect. Guru is a person who believes in sharing information, sharing knowledge. So Guru is not a person who wants to acquire power. So being a superpower and being a Vishwa Guru are two different things. And I am sure that we want, because this is what lies in our culture, in our ethos, that we always believe in doing collective things, collaborative things. And you all have witnessed, every day it is coming in the news also, though the war which has actually, this is what we can see through social media, how it has disrupted the economy of both Ukraine and Russia. And it has now been very often told that when we talk about this era is not to be driven by war, this era is to be driven by peace. And when we talk of peace, the one figure that comes into our mind is Mahatma Gandhi. So this is what Indian perspective talks about. So when I say that impact of Indian perspective on global politics is that how global politics would be driven by what we as Indian believe in. And therefore the first and most important thing is that we all should be proud of being an Indian. In fact, in one of the sessions which was going on in the other room when we were simultaneously having this session, there we were talking about, there were some questions which were being raised and the students we were discussing about the happiness quotient, and it is often told that India lies on 136th position in happiness quotient. If you look at Finland, Finland is at number 1 position. Let me share it very personal thing, but last week only, about 10 days back, my husband, he was in Finland only. So this is the first hand experience that I can share with you. So when he was sharing with me, and he told me that when I was moving around, in fact he took me when he was just visiting their places, some castle, and he showed me actually that castle was nothing but, मैं उसको simply देखकर मुझे लगा कि कुछ पत्थरों को इकट्ठा करके रख दिया. तो मैंने ये कहा कि अगर कोई हेरिटेज की बात है तो हमारे यहाँ तो आप जयपुर के एक घर में आपको हेरिटेज दिखता है, आर्किटेक्चर दिखता है, वहाँ कोई आर्किटेक्चर नहीं था, कुछ भी नहीं था. Its happiness quotient in statistics is number 1. But there, one of the person with whom my husband was interacting, he said that we do not know how happiness quotient is 1 because the suicidal rate is very high in our country. So if a country which is very happy, at the same time if the number of suicidal rates is so high, so I think these two things are contradicting. So many times we go by the statistics without even realizing what is actually happening there. So this is the time, that this time has come when we all have to take a pride of being an Indian. We should be proud of our rich culture and the legacy that we are carrying forward. Because today, when you are doing your undergraduate program, after a year or so, many of you will go in for post-graduation, many of you would take up, because I know that with political science students, UPSC is one of the most choicest career options that you always look for. So many of you would become IFS, IAS officers, you would be taking up those positions. So you can do a great amount of work when you take up those positions, provided you have instilled pride in yourself, and if you feel proud of what you have, your happiness quotient would automatically increase. If we look at others and we say that what is happening in the other country is good, what is happening in our country is not good, the happiness quotient is bound to go down. But just look at the way we talk about that. Not much of scientific intervention is happening in our country. We have to work more in the direction of research. But look at the way our country, whether it is the central government, whether it is the Delhi government, the way we handled this pandemic, everyone was so collectively. We talked about it was our country when we talk about co-vaccine. Co-vaccine is a vaccine which is being developed in our country. It is a self-made, and you will believe it or not, my son is pursuing his PhD from US, so he is at MIT, right? And he told me that there, because when they get their vaccination, as soon we get our vaccination, pop-up appears on our phone. We know that how much we are technology driven. Even today while sitting here, by just click of the button, you can see that when did you get your vaccination done last. And when any of us was suffering from COVID, even we used to receive regular calls from the government also. And in case we need something, all necessary facilities were provided to us at our doorstep. So when we are doing these things, in US, even today, when they get the vaccination done, their vaccination details are recorded on a piece of paper. So whenever they move around, whether they are vaccinated or not, what we do is we simply show to anyone a screenshot that this is how I vaccinated, but my son, he has to carry a paper slip with him just as a proof that he is fully vaccinated. So we don't know what is happening around the globe. We are simply driven. So the purpose of holding such conferences was to make you understand that we all are blessed. This is what I commented last last time in the validated in the inaugural session also, that we should feel happy that we are born on this land, which is a land, in fact, a land which has attracted everyone. Everybody wants to be a part of India in some or the other way. But we are here, so it is our responsibility to take it to greater heights, feel proud in what we have, and whenever we go, wherever you meet, with whomsoever you meet with pride that I am in India. And if you do it this with smile, I am sure that after 4 years, happiness quotient of our country would be the most. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think one important takeaway for all of us has been, and I hope for the students too, that जितनी भी presentations हुई, एक जो nuanced तरीका होता है social science करने का, पढ़ने का, I think all of us have sharpened it, and for the students, I hope you've been able to acquire it. एक आपने चीज़ बोली थी कि Indian perspective of और Indian perspective on, कैसे दोनों चीज़ें, how they can mean two different things. And that is true. Like, इतनी बारीकी होती है social sciences में. I think that also explains, on a lighter note, why we love to argue, because there is just so much to sort of discuss and talk about in terms of perspectives. I now request our chairperson to please share a few words of motivation with the students.
Hello. I think it is good evening. So good evening, everyone. So great part again to be a part of this very relevance and in the present context as well कि Indian perspective क्या हो रहा है global politics को लेकर, and preferably 2 decades को हमने शायद we have catered this कि last 2 decades preferably in this 21st century, what is the global Indian perspective on the global perspective, and a lot of things have happened across globe. So different अगर हम continents को देखें, subcontinents, Indian subcontinents as usual अपने peace and harmony के context को अपने उसको लगातार उस पे चल रहा है, लेकिन अगर world arena में देखें, like we have mentioned recent across Ukraine, Russia, but in the past also we have a lot of learnings कि किस तरह से just एक पावर स्ट्रगल के रूप में या फिर एक रिसोर्स के रूप में या किसी चीज़ के रूप में कभी कभी डिफरेंट कंट्रीज़ के रूप में, डिफरेंट नेशंस के रूप में, यूनियंस के बीच में इस तरह के टकराव हुए हैं. बट वी आर बॉर्न इन अ नेशन विच ऑलवेज बिलीव इन वसुधैव कुटुंबकम. सो वी आर ब्लेस्ड कि ये बात तो सही है कि मैम ने जो कही कि हम एक भारतवासी हैं, वी आर प्राउड ऑफ दिस. रहते हैं जहाँ पे गांधी जी ने जन्म लिया, जहाँ पे बुद्धा जी के थॉट्स आज भी हम सब उनको फॉलो करते हैं. और इस सेमिनार में आने से पहले हमने एक इनॉग्रेशन भी किया आपके लाइब्रेरी में ऑन द बापू लिटरेचर. सो ज़रूर पढ़िएगा यहाँ पे जितने स्टूडेंट्स हैं, क्योंकि लाइक आई वाज डिस्कशन विद द लाइब्रेरियन सर कि यूथ को बहुत मिस इंटरप्रेटेड इंफॉर्मेशन महात्मा गांधी जी के बारे में पता है कि कुछ अकॉर्ड्स के बारे में, कुछ कॉन्फ्रेंसेस के बारे में, भगत सिंह जी के रूट के बारे में वगैरह वगैरह वगैरह. बट नोबडी हैज़ गॉन टू द कंटेक्स्ट कि गांधी जी की नॉट विचारधारा, गांधी जी ने जीवन कैसे अपना जिया. सो इट इज़ वेरी यू आर ब्लेस्ड कि आपके पास वो सारा लिटरेचर आपकी लाइब्रेरी में मौजूद है. वी आर सच अ वंडरफुल प्रिंसिपल हरितमा मैम. सो यू हैव टू यूटिलाइज दैट अपॉर्चुनिटी कि आप भी उस लिटरेचर को हासिल करें, उसे पढ़ें. सो it is, I am touched and it is privilege and honor to be a part of this celebratory session of this conference, two-day conference, which lasts from 29th and 30th September. So, congratulations to the organizing team. Dr. Mithila Bagai is the convener, Shukti is the co-convener. And there are other departments included as well, the English department, botany department, teachers. Congratulations to them as well. Obviously, in the under guidance of Dr. Kiran Pandey ji and Yogesh sir. So ये लोग वो मजबूत स्तंभ हैं जो पीछे रह के अपना काम करते हैं, लेकिन डायरेक्शन देते हैं। हमें पता है कि आप लोग के डायरेक्शन से ये चीज़ें अंदर हो पाएंगे। So a lot of as far as I have got the discussion with Dr. Maitreyi ji, so there are 100 abstracts which have been there in this conference. 64 अराउंड एब्स्ट्रैक्ट को यहाँ पर सिलेक्ट किया गया, जिसमें 45 के आसपास एब्स्ट्रैक्ट का पेपर यहाँ प्रेजेंटेशन भी है। कई सारे सेशंस हुए हैं कल भी और आज भी, जिसमें कई सारे एकेडमिशियंस, प्रोफेसर्स, DU से, JNU से, अलग अलग संस्थाओं से हमारे इस विद्यालय प्रांगण में आए, कॉलेज के प्रांगण में आए। आर्मी के डिफेंस पर्सनल्स भी रहे हैं जो कि हाई रैंक होल्डर्स हैं, कर्नल और सभी डॉक्टरेट के आर्मी डिफेंस पर्सनल्स ने भी। एंड वी आर टच्ड कि हमारे कॉलेज के प्रांगण में ऐसे अच्छे विभूतियों के, ऐसे एकेडमिशियंस का इन्वॉल्वमेंट रहा है इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के द्वारा। ये हमारे लिए भी बहुत ही अच्छी शुभ संकेत हैं, क्योंकि ये जो हमने आज ये कॉन्फ्रेंस होल्ड की है, ये एक टिप ऑफ आइसबर्ग है। क्योंकि इसके बाद हमको और भी पूरे पैनल से रिक्वेस्ट रहेगा कि आप लोग इसको लगातार हर साल दर साल इसके नए इसको ब्रॉड करें। ऑल्दो इट इज़ एन इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस, और मैम ने बताया कि इसमें शायद US से भी प्रेजेंटेशन हुई है, बट वी हैव टू गैदर मोर लार्जर ऑडियंस, लार्जर स्पेसेस, कि मैथिली केवल कहने में अलग नहीं है, वो है ही अलग। सो इसलिए वी वांट कि इसको नए कॉन्फ्रेंस को अगली बार हम और लार्जर ऑडियंस, लार्जर स्पेस में हम रखें। ICSSR, Indian Council on Social Science Research, is the funding agency. We आपके बहुत आभार to be a part of this conference. DSTA, Delhi School of Transnational Affairs, is the resource support for this conference. And lastly, there are various lot of paper presentation which has happened across various continents, across nuclear policies, African nations, about even हमारे बहुचर्चित पाकिस्तान के बारे में यहाँ कई सारी बातें हुई हैं, जिसमें हम जिनकी बात सुन के हमारे अंदर देशभक्ति उमड़ने लगती है। उन ऐसे नेशंस के बारे में भी we have gone through the paper presentation, but yes, we have to be a firm believer. Like I conclude, जो मैम ने अभी एपिसोड बताया, वो मैं भी 2-3 दिन पहले आपने भी कई सारे सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म पे देखा होगा कि जयशंकर जी ने भी वो किस तरह से हाउ कोविड मैनेजमेंट और कोविड का जो सर्टिफिकेट है वो किस तरह से इंडिया इज हाई एट इवन विद दिस सो फॉर कॉल्ड डेवलप्ड नेशंस, कि किस तरह से उनको भी ये चीज़ जो मैम ने बताया से जयशंकर प्रसाद जी जो हमारे ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स एंड सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट, उन्होंने बताया। सो वी हैव लॉट ऑफ लर्निंग्स, और हमारे लिए ये बहुत प्राइड एंड ऑनर की बात है कि वी आर लिविंग इन दिस सब कॉन्टिनेंट जिसमें सब कुछ मौजूद है। हमारा नेशनल और जो उभरता हुआ भारत है वो हर चीज़ को अपने पहलू से भी देखेगा। अमेरिका के लिए रशिया खराब है तो इंडिया के लिए ज़रूरी नहीं है रशिया खराब है। अगर अमेरिका के लिए पाकिस्तान दोस्त है तो हमारे लिए भी रशिया दोस्त है। सो ये वो भारत है जो कई सारे आयाम्स में अपनी चीज़ों को, अपने जिसे कहते हैं हम अपनी विचारों को भी पहले केंद्रित करेगा, देखेगा, उसका आकलन करेगा, और वही हमारा एक ग्लोबल कॉन्टेक्स्ट होगा। सो पुनः बहुत बहुत आभार, heartfelt gratitude for inviting me to this conference, and congratulations again to the whole team. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Before we move forward, I just wanted to tell the students कि आपके जो feedback रहे हैं, we would want to hear that from you in the form of an open house after Mr. Chaurasia's vote of thanks. So मेरी request है students से कि रहें, and like I always say in the class as well, students at the back, please come forward and share your viewpoints and what you felt about the two-day international conference. I now request Mr. Yogesh Chaurasia, if he will please vote of thanks.
We want at least 4 to 5 students and a few faculty members to speak up on what they felt. It shouldn't be very long, or maybe 1 or 2 minutes, only not more than that.
Hello ma'am, I'm Dr. Meet Kaur. I'm from Maitreyi University, and ma'am, today I presented a paper on contemporary challenges of Indian foreign policy and the prospects.
Did you present the paper?
And I think ma'am, I was listening to the earlier speakers also, and I find it very well organized, and I would also like to appreciate one of the important points that your students are really very nice in terms of discipline, in terms of hospitality. They will help me. I did not feel any problems regarding hospitality, or whether it was like they were really very helpful. And ma'am, overall your conference was very good. I really appreciate your hard work and the way everybody have put this conference into success. Thank you ma'am. Thank you.
मेरा यही व्यू है कि कॉन्फ्रेंस बहुत अच्छे से ऑर्गेनाइज हुआ है और स्टूडेंट्स ने भी काफ़ी हेल्प किया है, तो मेरा ओवरऑल नाइस पॉजिटिव व्यू है इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के बारे में। थैंक यू।
From second year, and this session is very much knowledgeable for us, and this is our first time for this conference. This is very interactive, and I personally talked to lots of scholars, professors from different colleges and universities, and I really very feel proud to be a part of Delhi University, to be a part of this college, Maitreyi College. Thank you ma'am, thank you ma'am, thank you everyone for organizing this session. This session is very much knowledge, full of knowledge for everyone, and I hope this type of session will organize in our future. Thank you, ma'am.
I think from the student volunteer also. The students volunteer. Anshika, now you also speak.
Hello everyone, I am Aishwarya and I am the President of Political Science Department. Thank you all, and I really want to say thank you to all the volunteers, and like sorry everyone in डांट दिया हो, but like it would not have been possible to make this such a great event without your help, and thank you to all the teachers कि like ऐसी opportunity दी आपने हमें, and thank you principal ma'am, thank you to all the chief guests and everyone. Like this was the first time, and I feel this is necessary to be done annually. And I just want to say thank you to everyone.
Ma'am, I'm Shmisha from second year Pol Science Honors. And first of all, it's actually really interesting, and I was very excited when Mithila ma'am shared that we are organizing an international conference in our college, and when the second year started. So it was like we were really excited for what's coming forward, and especially the topic when it comes to international relations. Any student in Pol Science, I'm sure, is expecting a lot, and I'll just say that it was all up to the expectations. We were really excited with the papers that were presented, and such keynote speakers and the panelists were the views, the topics that they shared. It just widened our arena of understanding. So thank you very much. As for the suggestion, maybe whenever we have something like a conference in the future. Maybe we can have a specific topic where, since this was a very wide topic and there were subtopics that were taken by the panelists, maybe next time we can have some specific topics where only the perspectives, and I mean, as a postmodernist say that one situation can have various perspectives from the same prism, maybe something of that sort, but then this was fabulous. Thank you all.
Hello everyone, I am PhD scholar from Alhamdulillah Islamia. I must say I had a very wonderful experience in the past 4 days, and the students, brothers, sisters, ladies of Maitreyi, what a wonderful host. Very nice. Thank you.
दो दिन का जो विचार गोष्ठी रहा और ये बहुत ही भव्य तरीके से हुआ, और मेरे साथ जो सहयोगी अध्यापक अध्यापिकाएं थी इन्होंने बड़ा उत्साह वर्धन, प्रधानाचार्य जी और हमारे जो प्रबंध तंत्र के जो अध्यक्ष जी हैं वैभव जी और प्रधानाचार्य हमारी हरितमय चोपड़ा मैडम, ये बहुत सहयोग करती हैं। और हमारे साथ मेरे विभाग की वरिष्ठ अध्यापिका डॉक्टर किरण पांडे और जो हमारे विभाग से संबद्ध छात्राएं, जो स्वयं सेविका, जो अपने उनके उत्साह से लग रहा था कि इस काम के लिए वो कितना बढ़ चढ़कर उनकी प्रतिबद्धता, कमिटमेंट दिखा, जो वो मैं उनके उत्साह, उनकी आवाज़ के उत्साह से मैं भी गौरवान्वित हो गया कि मुझे वो दौर आ जाता कि मैं इनके बीच फिर भी लौट चलूँ। तो वो चीज़ें दिखाई दिया। और हमारी जो प्रधानाचार्य हैं कि रसायन विभाग की तरफ से जो उनकी रसायन विभाग में एक्सपर्ट हैं, वो हर विभाग में रुचि लेती, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। कि अपने रसायन के प्रयोगशाला से हर विभाग के नजरियों को देखने का प्रयास करती है हमारे प्रधानाचार्य। ये ऐसा मत सोचिए कि प्रधानाचार्य जी रसायन विभाग से, ये रसायन के माध्यम से वो अपने प्रयोगशाला की दृष्टि एक कमरे से देखकर इन सारे विभागों पर नजर रखती है, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। और क्योंकि कुछ लोग अपने विभाग तक ही सीमित हो, लेकिन ये अंतर अनुशासनी, इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी, ये चीज़ें मैं बहुत अच्छा लगता है। और वैभव जी आकर एक बहुत अच्छा यहाँ पर मंचासीन होकर अपना योगदान दे रहे हैं। ये बहुत बड़ी एक हमारे इस गवर्निंग बॉडी प्रबंध तंत्र के अध्यक्ष जी आने का एक मुझे बहुत गर्व है कि इनके साथ बैठ के मैं जो इस, और मुझे लगा कि सेमिनार जो गोष्ठी हो इसका संदेश जाना चाहिए, केवल विचारों तक न रहे। क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि भारत की भूमि जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय राजनीति की, जो वैश्विक राजनीति को देखने का नजरिया रहा, तो हम आर्थिक परिप्रेक्ष्य में नहीं देखते, आध्यात्म के परिप्रेक्ष्य में देखते हैं। हम शांति तो रहते, हम उपभोक्तावाद, कंज्यूमरिज्म की दृष्टि से नहीं देखते। अगर हमारा मार्केट भी होता है तो हम उसमें भी सामाजिकता और सांस्कृतिक धरोहर, जैसा कि है व्याख्या किया। और जो हमारे इस गोष्ठी की संयोजिका डॉक्टर मिथिला बघेल, सह संयोजक डॉक्टर सुकीर्ति, निकिता, अंजलि और मधुस्मिता और बहुत सारी अध्यापिकाएं हैं, जो पूजा है, इन सबों ने बड़ा योगदान दिया। और शायद मेरा आधा काम हो जाता अगर ये लोग न सहयोग देते। मैं अच्छा लगता है। और विभाग की सारी अध्यापिकाओं जिनका नाम नहीं ले पा रहा हूँ, कि उत्साह में मेरे से नाम नहीं लिया जा रहा है, उत्साह मेरा इतना है जाके आप इस चीज को देखिए कि आप लोगों के योगदान। और ये हमारा विभाग द्विभाषी, हम पढ़ाते हैं कि दे हैव नॉट डिस्क्रिमिनेशन, तो ये हमारा ये हमारे विभाग की देन है। हम पढ़ाने से नहीं, हम व्यवहारिक से हम बच्चियों को भी जो गाँव से आते ये हमारी मानसा और आगे भी जारी रखूंगा मैं, क्योंकि चाहे मेरे लिए 5 बच्चियां हो लेकिन मेरे लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। तो ये बहुत अच्छा लगता है कि मैं प्रयास करता हूँ कि जब भी गोष्ठी हो उनको उपेक्षित न किया जाए, और साथ में जो नहीं समझ पाती हिंदी उनको भी उपेक्षित न किया जाए। हम सबको जोड़ने का काम करते हैं, हमारा काम तोड़ने का नहीं। तो ये भारत की हिंदी शैली ये हमारे विभाग की देन है कि हम खाली भेदभाव के विरुद्ध पढ़ाते नहीं, ये विभाग की कि हम दे हैव नॉट डिस्क्रिमिनेशन के लिए पढ़ाई जो है लाइन बेकार हो जाएगी जब तक। तो आप लोगों को धन्यवाद, ज्यादा समय में। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you. Hi team.